Good afternoon to everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk please call the roll so that we might establish a quorum?
Councilmember Ashby. Here. Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember Chenier. Here. Councilmember Jennings. Here. Councilmember Carr. Here. Mayor Steinberg.
Here.
And I do expect the remaining council members momentarily.
Very good. Let us begin by all rising, please. And I would ask Ryan DeVore, who we're going to honor in just a moment, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. As well as Girl Scout Troop
136.
136. Come on up, you guys, too. We'll do it together.
Nice save.
All ready?
Pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all! Eventually.
Can we read my forum announcement now?
Let's wait. All right, we do have a couple of presentations here, special presentations to begin the meeting. There is no closed session report, Madam City Attorney, I don't think, so we'll dispense with that. Let's go to the special presentations. I turn it over to Councilmember Hanson. Oh, sorry. Nothing to report on the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take an opportunity. Is Jordan Sweeney here from the auditor's office? Jordan, come on down. Jorge, do you want to join her? Yeah, go to the podium, please. So everyone, this is Jordan Sweeney. She was recently honored as a 2019 emerging leader. Sorry, a little jet lag here. 2019 emerging leader by the Institute of Internal Auditors. And she's been with the city for a while now, has handled a lot of different things, but she's only one of 15 trailblazers recognized by this award across the country. And we just wanted to take an opportunity to congratulate you, Jordan. You and the other members of Jorge's team make him look very good. And so we're relying on you to make sure that the auditor's office continues to work well while he's busy in meetings with us, trying to help us understand what you guys do. So anyway, we'd love to have a few words from you. And I don't know if Jorge, you want to speak also to support your team member. So Jordan, congratulations.
Thank you. I've been with the city for 4 years now. I started as the Department of Utilities specific auditor. I've transitioned now into doing general audits. I really enjoy what I do. I really enjoy working for Jorge. I've had a lot of bosses in my past, and Jorge is by far my favorite. I love what we do in our office, and I love working for the city and trying to find efficiencies, effectiveness, and cost savings. So, thank you.
Awesome. Jorge, would you like to say anything?
Jordan's very modest, but she is definitely one of our all-stars. We're very proud of her in our office. If I could get the overhead just really quick. We are really proud that she was selected as one of these candidates. She was featured in the Internal Auditor magazine as one of these emerging leaders, which is no small feat. She is the only city government employee that was selected out of this international selection group to represent the emerging leaders. And so it really speaks a lot about the work that she's been doing and the contributions that she's made, not only to our community, but to our profession. So we're really proud of her, and we're really glad that she's in our office. And thank you, Jordan.
Congratulations again. I'll come down and do a photo.
Yeah. Congrats to you, Jordan. That's fabulous.
He'll let us know what we're doing.
You want to okay. We now move to the second special presentation. It's my honor to recognize the graduates from the Boards and Commissions Leadership Institute, which is a important city project currently housed at Organized Sacramento. The Boards and Commissions Leadership is a 6-month leadership program that supports, prepares, and places people of color and other underrepresented community members on targeted, publicly appointed municipal boards and commissions. At the Budget Committee this afternoon, we actually received a progress report, mostly encouraging progress report about our increasing diversity, but we recognize we still have a long way to go, especially when it comes to some parts of the city that that don't have necessarily their fair share of representation. So I want to ask, and she's already up here, Tammy Dramer. Welcome
Hi.
to you, Tammy.
Thank you.
From
Hello,
Organized
everybody.
Sacramento, and a couple of the graduates, LaPria Johnson and Natalie Barnes, to give some brief remarks. And,
I'll come up.
you know, some might call this future training ground for elected, to become elected officials and sit on daises like these. I hope that's the case.
That is the hope and the case. So my name is Tammy Dramer. I'm chair of Organized Sacramento, as most of you know. First off, I want to thank you all for serving the city of Sacramento. I know you give your heart and your soul to the work that you do. And we're hoping that, somewhere down the line, when you decide it's time, we can raise up some people behind you. And so Organized Sacramento has become the home of the Boards and Commissions Leadership Institute. Many of you served as presidents of your neighborhood associations or on the Planning Commission in the past. So the idea is to educate folks, bring them into the inner workings of governance, and teach them in different policy spheres how policy gets developed, and what good ideas come up and out of that is up to these folks. So I'm going to let them speak to their experience with the Boards and Commissions Leadership Institute. We had 7 full days, 9 to 5, Saturdays bi-monthly, over 5 months together. And so I'm going to bring up LaPria. I think Natalie's stuck in traffic, so.
Good evening, members of the board. I am grateful for the opportunity to be before you today. The BCLI Institute definitely helped to open my eyes to a lot of the different occurrences and conditions the state of Sacramento. We learned about local economies and land use and power, how people are able to obtain power through home ownership, business ownership, marriage, education, and also inheritance. We also learned a lot of the background of racial zoning and how it affects the Sacramento population in our communities, and how in desperate conditions there are poorer health outcomes, lower wages, and also lower academic performance. SAC-TRU was something that was absolutely new to me. I had not heard of the organization before, but it's a transit riders union that believes in protecting transportation as a human right that would be cost-effective and equitable for all of us. The Sacramento Housing Alliance is also a pivotal and instrumental team that we got to learn from. We learned about affordable housing and how the definition of that is basically that people should not have to pay more than 30% of their wages, their household income, towards housing expenses. There are also many different avenues that people can receive resources such as Section 8, public housing, transitional housing, family, and also senior housing. We learned about the Roberts Rules of Governance so that we will know how to communicate when we come into these type of political atmospheres and work with the likes of you. And then also, all of these courses really kind of provided a wealth of insight into the boards and commissions and council groups that exist here in Sacramento, within the city and within the county. The course is definitely fundamental and instrumental in preparing and equipping community advocates that are interested in politics. By experiencing the course, participants are able to connect to valuable resources and are able to be a local asset to their local community, and we're definitely empowered now to be able to be more active in our local communities. So thank you for the opportunity. We're definitely grateful to Organized Sacramento for the opportunity, as well as our funding sources that allowed the possibility to be true. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all we have. Thank you very much for the certificates.
Great.
Thank you.
Yes, of course, Councilman Harris.
Tammy, before you walk away, I just wanted to congratulate you and the graduates on the program. And earlier today at our Budget and Audit Committee meeting, we're looking at diversity on our boards and commissions and the work that the auditor's office did. And we actually asked the clerk to look into partnering with the Board and Commission Leadership Institute on doing trainings a couple times a year to do for more people what you're doing, maybe not at the scale.
Okay.
But we want to bring many more people into our boards and commissions. We want people to be applying. We want to do better outreach geographically, from a gender standpoint. We want LGBT people, particularly transgender people, on our commissions. We want to do all that, and we're going to need your help using this model to get into communities to bring those people in and make them feel comfortable applying.
We would be happy to partner with you. And just want to also put a shout out to Veronica Beatty, who helped us establish and build our curriculum. And so, you know her from her work with the Sacramento Housing Alliance. So
Congratulations to all
Thank
the
you.
graduates.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
There's more, Councilman Jennings. I'm sorry, I don't-
Thank you very much, Mayor. I too want to thank Organized Sacramento for the work that they've done in putting on the Institute and all the time that it took in order to have the classes on the weekends, during the weekdays, whenever you had them. So I want to thank you for doing that. But I especially want to thank the graduates who went through this and all the time that you spent in going through the different sessions and learning what it takes to govern and what it takes in order to set policy. Your presentation today to our speaker was incredible. It was well organized and well thought out, and it let us know truly what you've gone through over the time period that you've been in Organized Sacramento. And if all the rest of the class is as good as you, then our future is bright in Sacramento. So I want to stop for a second and just give all of our graduates a round of applause.
Thank you.
So let's take a picture.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I knew that. Just thinking ahead. Councilmember Ashby.
It's not his fault. It was messed up for a minute there. Now it's working. Tammy, I have the auditor's report that we reviewed today in Budget Audit. I'm going to give this to you.
Okay.
When we come down there to take a picture, as the mayor has wisely suggested. But we could use your help in a few ways too, because in this report, it also shows council districts where we could use some extra help with recruitment.
Okay.
Or certain committees maybe that need a little extra attention. Some of them naturally just draw like a lot of interest, like Parks and Rec and planning and those ones, they draw lots of attention. But some others, we have to really fight hard to get people to be more interested in. And I don't think it's because they're uninteresting. I think it's because they're unknown. And so if I give you this, I think maybe it will help inform a little bit of.
That would
some
help
of
us
the
a lot and for classes in the future as well.
And then also, I want to encourage you personally, and Eric and whoever's working with you, to meet with our auditor and sit down with him and talk about how he's putting this together.
Okay.
Because I think you could help inform what he's doing, and what he has done could help you. And that, you probably saw Jorge, he was just up there getting one of his staff on it, so.
Thank you.
you for your great work too, Tammy.
Thank you.
Okay, now we've got Vice Mayor Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, Tammy, it's always good to see you. It's great to see District 6 leading the charge there. And I want to thank all the graduates there. And I also got a note from Teresa Riviera, who very
sick,
much appreciated the Institute and the focus that it had on trying to recruit more folks throughout the city and to be diversified. And yes, she's also from District 6. But the point is that I want to thank you and all of the folks who participated. And she also wanted to make sure that, even though she couldn't be here today, that this is a great asset for the city. I think the council member just mentioned as well that working with our city clerk, our city auditor would be great. But I also want to thank our city clerk and all the work that our clerk staff is doing, and we hope we can work with you guys more to get that outreach out there. So thank you again, Tammy. You're always you're one of the folks on the neighborhood level that make sure that we're going to all the neighborhood meetings, and we need more of that throughout the city.
All right. Thank you all.
Keep organizing.
Oh, don't you
Absolutely.
worry.
I bet, I know, we have nothing to worry about there. Let's all go down and take a picture, okay?
All right. That'd be great.
Oh, and then we're gonna stay down there so we can take a picture with the Girl Scout troop, okay?
Boy Scout.
Long time no see. Congratulations.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor? Pretty good. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Picture take?
I'm taking it, yeah.
Get my best up?
Aren't you gonna come in?
I'm gonna take a picture.
Dan can take the picture.
I'm gonna do it on LaBrie's camera. Can I do it on LaBrie's camera? Want to start this way and go down? Three, two, one. Three, two.
You got everything? Oh, those are my newspapers.
And then, AD, will you also do Ryan right after?
Yeah, why don't you guys get in and I'll get pictures of all of you. That's okay. No. Come on.
We're not gonna do it till you show up. Thank you. You're just as important.
1, 2, 3, say rent control.
Rent control.
Rent control.
Was the short?
Got it?
Ryan DeVore. Is that Ryan DeVore's resume?
Uh-huh.
Here we go. 2 minutes for me. With Ryan? Oh, then you can go back. Okay, good.
It's not gonna time out, is it?
I hope not.
To Ryan here. Ryan, we're not done with you yet, sir. So,
Mr. Mayor, you can begin your opening arguments.
thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. This is an easy one to vote yes on because we get a chance to honor Ryan DeVore, who's our Director of Community Development, who will be leaving the city of Sacramento, unfortunately. Our loss is Roseville's gain, as he will become the Assistant City Manager of our neighbor, the city of Roseville. But we wanted to say, Ryan, thank you for 15 exemplary years of city service, and you've served in so many important positions: senior engineer, project manager, planning, chief building official, and the director of community development over the last 5 years during an era of real change and growth for our city. And you've done an outstanding job leading the department. The building, the planning, the code enforcement divisions have all won statewide awards during your tenure for innovation and creativity. And of course, the Front Street Animal Shelter is nationally recognized with awards of its own. And you've also helped shepherd some of the city's most transformational projects, whether it's the Citizen Hotel, the Golden One Center, 19th and J, the Centene Project, and others. And you've also been not only receptive, you've helped lead the way when it comes to some of the policy reforms that the elected leadership and the community have all wanted to see in terms of expediting the kind of development that we want to see in our city. And so it's a loss for us, but we want to say, with a very small token of our appreciation, on a 7-2 vote, we recognize Ryan DeVore for his service. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council, city manager. It's been a wonderful 15 and a half years with the city of Sacramento. I couldn't thank you all enough for the support. I've always had the tools and resources I needed to be successful, and my team and I really took the job seriously in delivering great service to the citizens of Sacramento. You mentioned some of the projects already, so I won't go over those again, but I did have the opportunity to work on some things here that I never thought I would have the opportunity of working on in my career. So I'm very thankful to the city for the opportunity to work on things like that. I'd really like, though, to thank my team for their commitment to our mission, vision, values, and motto. I was lucky enough to work alongside some amazing, hardworking, creative, thoughtful people who wake up every day trying to make this city better. I have no doubt that they will continue the great work and make us all proud. I will never forget my experience here, and I wish you all nothing but success. Thank you.
All right, well, that's a good way. Yes, I'm sorry, we do have some members. Councilmember Harris, go.
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, you know, one of the first things I wanted to do when I got elected was work on the permit process and you know, how the building department interacted with contractors, because I had been going to, you know, the building department for 30-some years looking for permits, and it had been a very frustrating process for decades. And I would say that you were very responsive. You and Wynn pulled together a meeting right off the bat with about 10 contractors where we just had an open dialogue about what worked and what didn't. And you took action. You took action quickly, and you didn't stop. So over the course of the last 4 years, I'd say some very creative changes have been made to the permitting process that make it simpler and more affordable in some ways, certainly time-wise, for a lot of contractors. You know, some would say it's still not perfect. Maybe it never will be perfect, but you help move it in the right direction and simplified the life for a lot of contractors and actually facilitated them to be able to make a living in our marketplace here. So I laud your efforts, and I've always enjoyed working with you on anything we've ever done, every conversation. I'll miss you.
I'll miss you too.
And
Thank you.
I wish you all success as well.
Thank you.
And Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mayor.
No.
Ryan, I'm going to miss you as well. We've worked together for 4 years in various capacities, your capacities, not mine. And the thing I've always been impressed with is how cooperative you have been and your staff has been, regardless of where you were. You know, the city, in essence, is a service organization, and we provide services to the public, and we also act in a regulatory capacity. And when you're in planning, you're in that regulatory capacity. And as such, customer satisfaction in both instances must be good. And you instituted processes and procedures to ensure that we knew if we were satisfying our customers. And in order to get that level of satisfaction, you had to institute processes, programs, procedures, and training within your organization. I don't know what they were, but the end result is you achieved a high level of customer satisfaction from people who had to interface with you at the desk or in the various meetings. So I hope that carries on as you leave here and in your department, but I surely appreciate how well you have ingrained that into your staff in the 4 years that we've been here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Carr. Councilmember Ashby.
I know I'm your favorite, Ryan, because I'm so easy to work with when it comes to planning and development in my district. That's sarcasm. I'm going to miss you a lot for a lot of reasons, but one thing, I've been around long enough that to recall, as the mayor was ticking off all the departments that have won awards, I was thinking, gosh, that's right, we consolidated all of that in. During the recession years, you remember that, Jay? We moved so many things under him because we just needed more operational efficiencies to streamline management, have fewer managers. And I forgot how many things we just piled in to those divisions underneath you that you've been overseeing now for all that time. But it felt like you and Hector were just given everything we couldn't, we needed to consolidate, right? And the two of you both did a great job. I have such high standards and expectations. I can be pretty challenging, push really hard all the time. I see that as part of my job here, to push planning and development really hard all the time to get the best product. But you've never given me grief. You've been so easy for me to just call and say, Ryan, come on, please help me with this. And you always do it with like a positive attitude and, an acknowledgement of what I'm trying to achieve. So for somebody like me, feeling like you at least understand where I'm coming from, if you don't agree with me, that means the world. And so Roseville's going to be lucky to get you. I'm going to say I probably prepared you the most for where you're headed now, Roseville. And also, another great thing about you, besides all your stuff here at work, is that I know how much you love your family. Are they here tonight?
No, they couldn't be here.
I know what a great dad and brother and husband you are. You're, really, really a good man. And I've met lots of your family, including your sister, as you know. And everybody in your family is just so proud of you. And you're the kind of person that early on, it was easy to tell, either probably wouldn't stick around here or would rise fast because you just have that in you. It's just written all over you. So I wish you well. I think Sacramento will miss you, but I feel Sacramento's probably giving you some pretty good chops to go handle whatever Roseville might be able to throw your way. So good luck to you, Ryan, and thank you for helping me.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Ryan, I, have had a very unique relationship with you. And I may have shared this once before, but not long after I got to council, I was asked to participate on the city's behalf in the Epi's Great Triathlon. And do you remember what I said?
Yes.
No, you don't. You don't. So Steve did it, and I had big shoes to follow because Steve had participated. The city did well. And the leg of the triathlon that I did was riding the bike. And I didn't have a bike for the race, so Ryan let me borrow his bike. And if you guys have not ridden like high performance bikes, it's like driving a car almost. You got to change the gears and do all this stuff. And so I decided I was going to take my leg and keep it in the same gear for the entire, I don't know how many miles it was. But when I got to the finish line, I just about died. And Ryan was the handoff, and he's like waiting on me to hand it off to him so he could take off on the next leg. And I barely made it, and then I laid there for like 45 minutes after I handed it off to you. And so the city actually did well. I think we still, in terms of municipalities, we won. But that was really the first time that we had a chance to really interact. And after that, I would call you when issues would come up in the district or if I needed help with something. You always had the right spirit, very welcoming and solution-oriented. And I just want to say, I really appreciate your problem-solving ability and your leadership style. I think it's going to serve you well in your next location in Roseville. And so I think the people in Roseville will really appreciate you. And I think the folks that you work with, they're really going to understand that you bring some unique qualities to the table. So I wish you nothing but the best. And, I appreciate the time you had together. So thank you.
Thank you. That was a fun race.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ryan, I want to thank you, from everything what everyone has said. And when I first came onto the council, there were challenges with trying to move together some projects in the industrial corridor, and particularly on the permitting issues and how complexity could be. But we moved the needle on where we are today. And the fact that the majority of our stuff now on the planning side can be done online and make it easier for folks, not have to always come downtown, or even a person who wants to do a small repair on their home, to make it more customer service friendly, focus on that. And what I appreciate is that it didn't matter whether it was a large business or a small business, that you took that same amount of care even to making sure that that small local business would be able to get the resources it could to move forward. And I appreciate that, because it's really moved over the last 5 years. The presentation you gave to a number of the local businesses that came to meet with us and the city manager, it's amazing to see what the last 5 years have done to the department. So thank you for the leadership of your staff and everyone in your department. And congratulations on your promotion. We're sorry to see you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hanson.
Everybody loves you, Ryan. Everybody's sad to see you go, Ryan. I want to say, though, particularly when we asked you to help us figure out how to make housing construction a priority, to really move that forward, and then how we could be one of the first cities in the state to waive fees on affordable housing construction, you stepped up. And there's no challenge we threw at you you didn't surmount. And I think, Roseville's lucky to have you, but if EPIs were still going on, and may EPI rest in peace, we would want a non-compete provision when it comes to your athletic abilities, because we did beat Rancho Cordova several times. I was in one of them with you, Councilmember Warren. I did the bike race. I don't remember laying on the ground after I finished. Well, that's a whole different era. I did, yeah, I had my own bike. But if we see you in a competition against us, there will be no holds barred. So just watch yourself.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councilman Chenier.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, I just want to say congratulations. I think the last time we spent together was knocking on doors around a spa and a wall. So, and it's kind of what I always appreciated of you. When there's a problem, you're willing to do whatever it takes to try to get it fixed. So just want to say thank you for all your work here, and best of luck. We'll miss you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a chance to talk to you when we were down there taking the photo, and I said most of what I wanted to say to you, but I just know you as a superstar. You are a superstar here in the city of Sacramento. You'll continue to be a superstar in everything that you do, and Roseville will benefit as a result of you going there, and it will be our loss. But we're going to support you 100%. Whatever you do, wherever you go, we're here for you from this point forth, and I know you'll be here for us. So congratulations, and we wish you the best.
Thank you.
It's one region, right?
Yes.
All together. So we'll still be working together in many ways.
Thank you all very
All the
much.
best,
It's
Ryan.
been a
Thank you.
pleasure.
Give him a big hand. Thank you for, again, a great way to start the meeting. Let us take the consent calendar. I know Councilmember Chenier had an item to continue, correct?
After consent.
We are, Mayor. We're going to.
Oh, it's after consent. Okay, why don't, for people who may be in the audience anticipating some items that are intended to be continued, why don't we deal with the continuances now? All right? First is item 20, which is to be continued until December the 10th.
Do you need a motion on that?
Okay, can I get a motion on that, please?
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. That passes 9-0. Item 22 is to be continued to
January 7th.
January 7th. Motion by Councilmember Chenier, second by Vice Mayor Guerra. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Any other continuances?
No.
All right, then let's take up the consent calendar. Are there any items on the consent calendar that members would like to discuss or take off for separate consideration?
Second.
Moved and seconded. We do have some public testimony on consent.
I do have one speaker on the consent calendar, and I do want to remind the audience that this meeting is being video streamed and can be viewed live or later on the city's website. Members of the public who wish to address the council should complete a speaker slip, which can be found at the back of the room. Speaker slips need to be turned into the clerk prior to the beginning of each item or will not be accepted. Please fully complete the speaker slip with your name and any phonetic clarification and preferred pronoun. So that everyone has the opportunity to address the council, members of the public are asked to observe the rules of decorum. The council rules of procedure outline decorum expected in the chambers and can be found on our website. A copy is in the back of the room and is summarized on the back of the speaker slip. For instance, use of swear words, yelling from the audience, physically threatening conduct, and displays of disrespect are discouraged. The presiding officer will request that a person cease disruptive conduct, and if not immediately stopped, the presiding officer will direct the person to leave the council meeting. Each speaker has 2 minutes to address the council. Please silence your cell phones and other communication devices and refrain from using flash photography on video equipment. A cordless microphone, assisted listening device, and parking validations are available from the clerk. And our one speaker on the consent calendar is Bridget Duffy. And Bridget is speaking on item 8, 10, and 17. Is Bridget here?
Hello, Bridget Duffy. As usual, it's hard to tell what these are about, but the first one I signed up for 3 land use entitlements. There are, I was going to ask her, she said I had 2 minutes for the whole thing?
2 minutes for the
whole thing, okay. So there are empty lots and empty buildings all over the place in Sacramento. And if we're going to talk about, land use entitlements, I'd like to open up the discussion of using some of these pieces of property to put people in over the winter. There's a building on Broadway that is the old real estate administration building. It's got kitchens, bathrooms, and a covered parking lot. It is a state-owned building, so mayor would have to talk to the governor, but that's not the only building we're talking about. We have lots and lots and lots of empty, boarded up buildings and empty, boarded up lots that the city of Sacramento or the county of Sacramento or the state of California actually own already. So creating temporary shelters at the least during these winter months, hopefully leading into creating housing in these buildings, has to be started. I would like people to start considering, broaden the discussion about land use to actually house people. The other thing, I was talking about these closures of alleys and gates that you guys want to put up on alleys. This sounds like more of the same of what you've been doing, like closing public bathrooms when we have people living out on the street and, not providing for the basic necessities of life to people, which is impacting our whole community.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Okay.
We're going to be discussing the homeless situation in our upcoming item in just a moment, so we'll get into more detail. Thank you for coming tonight. We appreciate it. The consent calendar has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Harris, though, has a comment on one of the items. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, this is about item number 11, which is funding for the implementation of the Urban Forestry Master Plan. We started this process years ago with a new tree ordinance, and really this is a continuation of that same discussion to bolster our urban forest. And so Kevin Hawker, our forester, is here in the audience. This is great news that we finally have funding to fully go through the Urban Forestry Master Plan project. So I'm very excited about this. I just had to tell you in public. Thank you, Kevin, for your work on all this.
Yep.
Mayor, I just have a quick comment on item 16, which is the funding for START for the after-school and before-school programs for Robla, which I know is listed as District 2, but it's actually District 1 and 2. The schools are in District 2, but the kids come from 1 and 2. I know this is a program, Mayor, that you started when you were a council member, right, in the 90s?
Yes.
It's extremely important, and in a community like Robla, where the school districts are, the schools are small and the funding is very limited, having this type of help from the city and our Parks and Rec division doing after-school programming like this with START is exactly where I think we need to be, and I'm proud of it. So thank you, everyone, for supporting that today.
Good. Glad Start is still around. That's excellent. Okay, the consent calendar, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. The consent calendar passes. Okay, let us now go through the public hearings and begin with item number 21. Who is presenting on item 21? Yes, sir. In your, is there anything you want to add for the public record, sir?
I would ask the city attorney, does this need to be read into record at all, or can we just open and close? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 2/3, yeah.
Open
I
and
move it.
closed. Second, is there public testimony on the item? There is not. Okay. Thank you for your good work on this. Appreciate it. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. That passes. All right. Open and shut. There we go. Let us take on item 23. This is a significant item. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Jerome Council from Public Works. I'm here to give a brief presentation of the city's ordinance amendment for the city's fee and charge report for the Recycling and Solid Waste Fund utility service. Before I begin, I want to get to read a change into the record. The staff report states that the rate implementation date is January 1st. Because this item has been moved and pushed for various reasons, the rate implementation date will be January 3rd, 2020. Okay. So before you, the first slide is our rate adjustment timetable. The first 3 dates are actual presentations to the Utilities Rate Advisory Committee. From March to October of this year was our public outreach, and attached to the staff report is a detailed memo of all the public outreach and meetings and events that we did for this rate adjustment. January, the week of July 5th was all our 218 notices were mailed to our ratepayers. August 28th was our public hearing at the URAC, and the URAC Commission approved our rate recommendation at a vote of 5-2. October 22nd was our pass for publication. We're here tonight for our council presentation and for rate implementation of new rates, January 3rd. Some of the factors that are driving this rate adjustment, Senate Bill 1383 is a unfunded state mandate, and what that does is it requires us to divert food waste and organics from landfills by January 1st, 2022. We plan to ask our customers to put food waste into their organics carts or their green waste carts in 2021. The ratepayers will bear the full cost of this implementation. And some of the costs that other things, that factors that are driving, there are no facilities in the Sacramento County that can meet these diversion requirements for 1383. China's National Sewer Policy. It was implemented January 2018. What it does is it puts strict contamination on any imported recyclables. A contamination rate of 0.05%, 95% pure. The U.S. cannot meet that. Well, we can't meet that. Our contamination rate for our recyclables is about 20%. So that will, and China was the largest buyer of our U.S. recyclables. So they will basically take our program, which is, we've historically got about $500K for recyclable sales, and take that to about a $2 million expense for our recycling program. Street sweeping. Street sweeping was our lowest rated service in our customer satisfaction survey. So we want to improve that service and take that from every 6 weeks to a monthly service during our street sweeping season from February to October. And our street sweeping program has not received a rate adjustment since 2009. Construction of a new CNG station. Over half of our refuse trucks are burned compressed natural gas. We're currently converting our LNG trucks to CNG trucks, and that is part of a council-approved fleet sustainability plan. Part of the city does not own CNG stations, and there are bottlenecks and limited infrastructure in town to fuel our vehicles. So this will give us a reliable fueling source. This will be a $3.7 million expense. Some of the other factors is the population growth. Sacramento is growing. We've added over 4,000 residential accounts since our last rate adjustment. City planners are advising us that there will be another additional anywhere from 18,000 accounts in the next 3 to 5 years. We have not added vehicles, routes, or equipment, our FTEs, since our last rate adjustment. And we need to do some of that in this rate adjustment so that we can adjust to the demands of our growing city. We are having trouble completing our routes in our normal service day. So we want to add these items in our new rate adjustment. This next set is a 5-year fund forecast without the rate adjustment. And if you look to FY19, the revenues and expenses, there's about a $4 million gap there between revenue and expenses. And in the out years, that gap continues to grow. We are currently covering that gap with our fund balance now, but by FY 22-23, the recycling solid waste fund will be insolvent. The next slide shows the 5-year forecast with the rate adjustment included. We've done our best to smooth the rate adjustment in over the 3.5-year period. But even with the rate adjustment, revenues and expenses don't align until 2022. And we do not retrieve our 90-day fiscal prudent reserve until FY 23. This slide here is what the rate adjustment will look like for a customer that has a 64-gallon container, a medium container. There are 4 increments of rate adjustment over this 3.5-year period. So at each of the 4 increments for a total of $12.33 across the entire rate adjustment there. The next slide, the top graph is the actual percentage increase for the rate adjustment at each of the 4 benchmarks. And the bottom graph is the rate adjustment depending on your container size. The top one is for a 32-gallon container, which is a small container, for a total rate increase of $10.65. The 64 is our medium container for a total rate increase of $12.33. And the bottom, our large container, for a total rate increase of $13.86. The Sacramento Utilities Rate Assistance Program. Recycling Solid Waste participates in the SERV program. There's currently approximately 8,000 participants enrolled in the SERV program. The current participants will not see a rate adjustment, will not feel the impacts of this rate increase this fiscal year. The future funding needs of the SERV program and the possibility of including renters as are being evaluated and will be brought back to the council in the spring. So tonight, staff has recommended that the council approve a 3.5-year rate adjustment that ensures Prop 218 compliance by aligning revenues and expenditures. It obtains a 90-day prudent reserve, and it avoids rate spikes over the 3.5-year rate cycle. That concludes my presentations. I'm available for any questions.
All right. Surprisingly, we don't have any public testimony. We do have one. I take that back. It was still one.
Ready?
Yep.
So we have one speaker on this item, Bridget Duffy.
Hello, Bridget Duffy. I'm a member of the Green Party and a representative for Extinction Rebellion. And here as a housewife from Citrus Heights as well. A rate increase for the garbage, ordinarily I'd be like, no problem, it's a couple of pennies, it's a couple of dollars, who cares? But the problem we're having right now with plastic in our country is it's destroying the oceans. It's a big problem, right? So to think that we are going to overcome the problem by throwing some more money at a broken system is preposterous, right? So what we need to do is rethink the way we do garbage. There's programs, I saw one in Hawaii that is working excellently. All garbage goes to one site, and that on that site, people who are getting paid decent wages and getting benefits are absolutely separating all the garbage. They're composting what needs to be compost. They're growing things in that compost right there on the site. They are taking plastics that can be upcycled into something else, say a surfboard or a skateboard or something. These are the ways people are starting to say, this is how we deal with our garbage effectively. We take our plastic and we upcycle it into something else. Simply throwing it in the recycling bin, this is what happens, okay? And I don't know if you know this, but I'm gonna tell you what happens, because my nephew is a garbage man. They take our recycling and they put it in a truck, and they truck this recycling 2 hours out of town. And then they take another truck and they take it to the port, and then a big ship ships it over to China. China doesn't want it anymore, even though we're paying them to take it. China then ships it down to a little island in Malaysia, who are absolutely unprepared to deal with recycling. And it is winding up going directly
Thank you for your
into
comments.
the
Your time
ocean.
is complete. Thank
So-
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, we do have members to speak on this important item. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Jerome, you indicated most of the reasons why, a utility rate increase is indicated. And of course, nobody in the city really welcomes a utility rate increase. But there are definite reasons. One thing you didn't mention is tipping fees. And our tipping fees are extraordinarily high, largely because of a contract that a former iteration of the council entered into about 10 years ago, the BLT Waste Management Assignment Contract. And we locked into that for, I believe, 20 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was a 20-year.
And we're almost at the 10-year mark.
Yes, sir.
And at the 10-year mark, we have an option of buying out of that contract, correct?
There's a day-buy clause, yes, sir.
So I just want the public to know that I've asked Jerome and our city manager to look into a potential buyout of that contract, because it has locked us into tipping fees that are extraordinarily high. And there could be very strong savings if we go in a different path when our 10-year mark is hit on this contract. So maybe there could be relief ahead if we do take a different tack and figure out a different way to tip our garbage. There are things coming up, dealing with wet waste. These are things that we can't avoid. We do have this problem with recyclables, and we should be actively looking for solutions there. But if we can get out of this contract, I see a bit brighter future for the Department of Solid Waste in the future. So I look forward to working with you on that project.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jerome, I have a few questions. The first one has to do with the CNG facility. There are a lot of CNG facilities in the region, particularly regional transit, which has several large ones. I guess I'd like you to tell me why we can't use some of those other facilities that are already built out, or Caltrans, for instance, to serve the heavy equipment that you're talking about, switching from LNG to CNG?
Yes, sir. That is part of the switching of our fuel from LNG to CNG is part of our fleet sustainability plan. We already, at least half of our vehicles have already been converted over to CNG. We currently do use the alternative sites out in town. There's one RT site, I want to say around the McClellan area, that we do fuel in the north area there. So we do use that site. There's one at, it's not RT, but I think it's Clean Energy off of Fruit Ridge Road. We use that, but you're talking 2 pumps for every heavy-duty vehicle that needs that type of fuel. And it takes about 20 minutes to top off those vehicles. And if they go down, there's shortages. So there's bottlenecks there and as we procure new vehicles every year, that constraint and that bottleneck continues to grow and it continues to decrease. And it ultimately results in overtime, operational inefficiencies. So it's just to be able to be more sustainable and to be a bit more efficient and less reliant on infrastructure out town and have our own reliable infrastructure.
How are we doing in moving, though, away from carbon-based fuels for our heavy-duty trucks? Because this is something that the council's brought up a few times. I know that there are now electric garbage trucks available, although they are newer technology, and I don't know that their long-term reliability has been fully determined, but I think investing in a carbon-based fleet for the long term is probably not a prudent city strategy, given the work we're doing on the Climate Commission, given the work that we're doing with our light-duty fleet to electrify it. And so are we working on electrifying our garbage fleet as well at this time?
And speaking with our fleet manager a couple months back, the technology for our vehicles, we're primarily ASL automatic side loaders. There are some simpler refuse trucks out there, like the rail loader type, which is more of a manual collection, that are available or that are being used in some limited supply out there. But it's for the ASLs, it's just, the technology is just quite not there yet. And there's also a huge markup there for electrified vehicles. Currently, our CNG vehicles run about $450,000 a piece. And electric ones will be in excess of 800Ks. But right now, the technology is there. Maybe 10 years, it probably will be. But I mean, that is something I have discussed with the fleet manager, but currently it's just not available for our operation.
I just ask that as we go forward, whatever happens on this tonight, CARB, the California Air Resources Board, put out money from cap and trade for heavy-duty vehicles for offsets and for grants to purchase those. So the true cost is going to be much less than that, and probably with those grants competitive with the cost of a brand-new CNG vehicle. And I don't see this council backtracking our commitment to go carbon neutral by 2045 or potentially 2035 or sometime sooner. We're actually having that conversation next week. So as much as you're oriented with fleet around these particular vehicles, I think we have to continue to look down the road, if you excuse the expression, and continue to innovate in the department. Your presentation didn't touch on the fact that how people who have a limited income or a fixed income will adapt to these rates. If I do the math correctly, this could be another $360 a year, an extra $30 a month, once the full rate increase is implemented over 4 years, which is a 30% increase over right now. And can you tell us what assistance there is for low-income homeowners who are paying those bills?
Again, we participate in the Sacramento Utilities Rate Assistance Program, and that is for income-eligible families. They will not feel the impacts of this rate increase, at least for this fiscal year. And we will be, Department of Utilities is available to speak. They administer that program for us. But you know, it does offset the cost of those rate increases for income-eligible families. So we do offer rate assistance for income-eligible families. And we have about 8,000 participants in that program right now.
Do you or Aaron or maybe utilities have have an outreach plan for how you will reach out to those people who are of limited income to make sure they get to sign up if they need it? I'm sure that many people will be surprised if the council approves this bill increase.
For the SERVE program, we collect the data through it's a data exchange through SMUD. So anybody that is in the program in SMUD is we capture that and we kind of piggyback off those. So we kind of share that information so that we're at least capturing all the people that SMUD has on their income assistance program.
Okay. I guess the last comment is probably, I know that this council's pushed very hard, particularly prior to me getting elected, to right-size some of these rate increases, our water rate, our sewer rate, all these other things. The trash rate with Measure T got changed. We've tried to maintain a level of service. The new state mandate is very important, and largely this affects the units of city services, which are apartment buildings of 4 units or less. But I think 30% is a very significant increase, even if it's over 4 years. And I personally think that, I don't know what the will of the council is, but I'd be supportive of moving forward with the first-year increase and then coming back to us next year to see what efficiencies the department can generate. I like Councilmember Harris's discussion about buying out of this really horrible tipping fee contract that we got caught up in. I know that the SWA is being talked about for its dissolution, the Solid Waste Authority. All those things have impacts on this process. I'm just not comfortable raising the rates by 30% automatically over 4 years until we know more. If we were going to bond or something like that, it would make more sense to me that we would have to predict those rates out into the future, but we're not doing that tonight. So I don't understand why we're doing 4 years of rate increases all at one time when we have plenty of opportunity to reassess this going forward. So that was more of a rhetorical thing, but I'm interested in hearing my colleague's point of view.
Councilman Carr.
Well, 2 things. I'm not going to address that specifically, Steve, but 2 questions. 1 question and a comment. The chart you put up showed that in 2023, revenues will exceed expenses, but we have a rate increase for that period. Why would we do that?
Are you talking about on the fund? Yes, sir. We're, again, we smoothed this in over the 3.5-year rate adjustment. And we did, it's not an exact science, but we did its best to ensure that revenues and expenses are matching. We also, at 2023, we are just at that time meeting our 90-day prudent reserve at that time frame. So we want to try to achieve a 90-day reserve as part of this rate increase.
And how much is a 90-day reserve?
You know how much our reserve is?
Currently, it's about 16 million. I'd have to get the,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
currently it's about 16 million on our current revenue. I would have, that number changes, of course, as the expenses go up.
So how much is the reserve? How much do you need for the reserve?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
How much money do we need to have in our reserve to make 90 days?
I don't have that exact figure right now, but I can get it for you, sir.
Well, it looks like that revenues are exceeding expenses in 2023. It probably ties into Steve's question. In 2023, and but we have a rate increase during that time, and I'm trying to understand why we're doing that.
Yes, sir. It's again, it's a balance of trying to get the rates, from a deficit to a where your revenues and expenses are aligned. That is the best projections we have at this time for that.
Well, as long as expenses are exceeding revenue, it's understandable why we would have a rate increase. But when we have revenue exceeding expenses, that's a little more difficult to comprehend.
And we have to plan for some, stability because we're actually over a year, almost a year and a half outside of our last rate adjustment. So, I mean, we've been basically covering the deficits with our fund balance. And, you know, to have that 90-day prudent reserve is to enable us to continue to operate, until we get our next rate adjustment there.
So tell me, Jerome, what would be the impact of approving a rate increase for 19, 20, 21, and waiting for 22, 23, 24?
Sir, I don't have that financial data in front of me. We projected this, and historically, we've done 3-year rate adjustments, and that's kind of what we've based this model on. I mean, if we change that to a 2-year or 1 year, I don't have those figures. I would have to do that cost, those calculations and come back. But it would also mean, repeating this process a little bit more frequently than we do right now.
Well, there'd be more certainty. The comment part, what are you looking at for multifamily in the way of rebates? Or are you looking at anything?
For rebates?
Yes. You have 8,000 people on the income assistance program?
Yes, sir. Do we have someone from DOU here to speak about that? Yes, sir. Okay.
Councilmember Carr, Bill Busaith, City of Sacramento Director of the Department of Utilities. We, as was mentioned, we're proposing that the program move forward as is for the rest of fiscal year 20. Well, in the next several months, we're going to be reevaluating that program to include something that is more sustainable over a long period of time, and also to investigate the possibility of assistance for renters that are not our utility customers. That will all come back in the spring for a recommendation. Late spring, I'd say early summer, for a recommendation to council on that SURA program.
Before December 2020, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
So, Bill, if we just did approve 3 years now, is there any impact to that?
This is not my area, but
Okay.
just know that they have built this rate. I'm sure that what that would do is it would provide them 1 year of what they need. I think that they've built this rate adjustment over 4 years because that's what they need. The only other comment that I make to your earlier question is this chart here shows revenues with a rate adjustment. If we go back to the chart that shows the revenues without the rate adjustment, you see that they go into negative about, in FY 22. And that's why the rate adjustment is necessary.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to follow up on some
Okay,
of
go
your
ahead.
questions because I do think, as Councilmember Hanson alluded to and sort of began the conversation, there are some choices here, and I want to make sure that we fully explore those choices before we cast a very important vote. It's surprising to me. We did have one member of the public, I think from Citrus Heights, come to testify, but nobody came to testify in this important item, which means you've done some terrific outreach, and I compliment you on that. But still, the numbers are real, and they're significant, and so we should really take some time here and think about this. And I'm going to follow through on what you said a moment ago, but I want to give it to my colleagues first, and then I'll go. Councilmember Ashby?
Yeah, I guess, Mayor, I'm not quite as optimistic as you about the outreach piece, that people are satisfied so they aren't here as
Okay,
opposed
maybe
to
not.
don't know so they aren't here. I guess I'm also sort of, this department is not under you. Right, okay, so like, okay. You know, when I very first came on the council almost 9 years ago, the deal that Councilmember Harris talked about, the BLS/waste management deal was underway, and it was just a profoundly terrible deal for the city. And I know Jay, we got here just right after it was made, and we tried so hard, and it was, for a million reasons, it's not worth rehashing, but it really set us on a trajectory to have these kind of difficulties in the future. And at some point, when we have more revenue than we had then, we are going to have to address this problem because we just didn't have a good deal in place, and the city got outmaneuvered. And it was painful coming in right on the back of that to deal with the ramifications. So somewhere along the line, we are not going to be able to just keep kicking that can down the lane. It won't work. There have been so many things that have happened over the last few years since I've been here that were supposed to draw down costs, like the route efficiency program that you guys put in place with the monitors and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know what they did. I don't know if they worked. I don't know if that expenditure helped or not. I'm assuming it did. Maybe that's closed the gap some for us. That's what I'm assuming. But maybe that would be good information, like what have you already done that I could tell my constituents, hey, we've already made the routes more efficient with this equipment and that's reduced the gap by this much, or whatever other things we've done. Also, I just have a really hard time with increasing the rates to receive the same level of service because people in this city are still very upset about every other week recycle, or at least they are in my district. I hear about it constantly. If there was a way, I know they voted for it, but they're not happy about it. If there was a way to increase the service along with this expense, that might help. I understand you have, two columns that don't match up, but I have the same concern as Councilmember Carr. You gave us a 5-year projected, if you go back to the other slide, please, this one. You gave us a 5-year fund forecast. You're asking us for 5 years, which would be years 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, and years 22, 23, and 24. So 3 of the 5 years that you're asking us to do increases, your projected revenue is higher than your expenditures. That's a very uncomfortable position. Why would we agree to 5 years of increases when only the first 2 years show a gap? Why wouldn't we do 2 or 3 years and reevaluate at the end of that period of time, which I think is what I heard my colleagues sort of asking, and your answer sounded like, well, the reserves, and there might be some things there, but then pretty tough pill to swallow to ask constituents to agree to such a big, 30% or whatever it is, increase for 5 full years, when over half of that time, that will mean that the revenue is increasing beyond the expenditures, and we're not increasing services out to them. And I would agree that I would love to understand, because I think the elimination of SWA is going to help us have more funding. Funding that was going to SWA will come now to the city. We were paying our share to them. And I would love to know how that might help us offset some of these costs, or if I'm wrong and it's gonna increase costs, I'd love to understand that better too, but I don't see how that's playing out in this scenario. So I know it's really complicated, and I know that getting time with us to explain recycle and trash collection and stuff is very challenging, and I do know you have made some rounds out in the community. I just don't know that the community knows that today on this docket, there's a conversation about their rates being increased to this magnitude. And I don't think that we fully understand what other options we might have besides a vote up or a vote down on a 5-year strategy. So it sounds like the mayor might be planning on proposing something like where we come back and have a little bit more information and maybe talk about different allotments, like 2 years, 3 years, what that would look like. I think that would help me, because I wouldn't support this today. I'm not prepared to support this today, but if the mayor's proposing to bring something back, my mind is still open and I'm not locked in. But those are some of the questions I would have to need to get across the finish line on this large of a rate increase.
I am going to make a different proposal here based
Okay.
on what I've heard tonight. But
Well,
let's,
those are the questions I would need answered before I could vote on an increase.
So if I could just for a minute here. The five-year
briefly.
forecast is, again, it's a five-year forecast. We're proposing a 3.5-year rate increase. So what we've done is we've front-loaded all the costs. So really, the years 24, it's not, they don't really have any costs built into that. As far as the cost, Senate Bill 1383 requires us to put food waste in organics and just divert our material in a different way. Our current tipping fee for organics for green waste is $41 a ton. The new processing fee is going to be in the $85 to $95 threshold. So, I mean, that's something that's unavoidable. I can't do anything to change that. Recycling is not a surplus commodity. It doesn't generate revenue as it once did. It is a cost to administer that program. And if we went back to a weekly, it's only going to drive that cost up more. So,
Okay, Mayor, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is a clear example. There's no such thing as a free lunch here, I mean, the fact is and I've had an opportunity to sit down with our solid waste department, and the costs are what they are. They are escalating. The contracts are locked in. And if we think that we want to do nothing, then what may happen in 4 years or 5 years, if we wait too long, is that an even steeper increase may be required to maintain the system solvency. I do agree with Councilmember Hanson's idea, although I'm intrigued to hear what the mayor has up his sleeve planned here as an option, that we can look at 2 years, because it's one thing you can't make up is time. And I think that's a concerning part, is if we do nothing and just kick the can down the road, which it seems we're on track to do, we could set ourselves up in a bigger problem of insolvency if you look at the prior system. I would like to see, and I think a report to the council on all the efficiency efforts that the department has done. What has the department done to make sure that the ratepayers are getting what they're paying for, and what we're doing to improve the department. And I also want to thank the department for your staff that went out to all our neighborhoods. I know you guys spent a lot of time sitting down and answering questions with the neighborhood and to understand why the increase was necessary. And surprisingly, at the end of the meeting, usually people are very upset, but understood the scope of the situation, which I think we still have more of that to do, because that I think we have to encourage throughout the city. But I do want to thank your staff who went out there in the evenings and talked to our long neighborhood association meetings. Sometimes they go very long, late at night, to answer those questions. I also like the idea of holding off for some time and maybe looking at a 2-year type of window, so that we can look at what are your long-term capital costs, such as new garbage trucks, because technology is evolving. And if the city of Sacramento and the region of the greater Sacramento region does create this California Future Mobility Center, one of the interests of that area is to create medium-duty and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles. And Sacramento should be part of driving that demand for heavy-duty vehicles and medium-sized duty vehicles. I've been in recently, saw how semi-trucks can be driven with zero-emission vehicles. So I think there's an opportunity here for us, one, to meet our immediate needs of what we need for our equipment, and start planning for what is it that we need in years 4 and 5 when those vehicles age out. I'd hate to spend for yesterday's technology when we're saving up for the future technology. So With that, I'll just say, I do want to thank you, everyone at the Solid Waste Authority, because you've taken on a big task, particularly with the county's interest to dissolve the SWA. I've always said that the SWA provided a useful tool to look at the economy of scale. To the credit of our Solid Waste Authority, they've started looking at how do we partner with the city of Folsom, the county, and so that they can go on a joint contract for some of our organic waste diversion to be able to reduce costs, and by using the economy of scale to do that. And I think that should be commended. But I am concerned about maybe approving a 5-year plan without showing that those efficiencies to the public and understanding where it's needed. But we can't make up time. That's my only concern, Mr. Mayor.
I understand. It's a balance. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, it's a 4-year plan for uptick in rates, Vice Mayor. And second, I want to say, Jerome, that I think that you and your team have done a substantial amount of public outreach. Oftentimes people don't come to those meetings. It's not a very happy subject to discuss, but you made the meetings and you reached out to the communities and those who wanted to participate face to face and hear your explanation about why we need a rate increase. They could have availed themselves of that information. So I certainly don't fault you as far as that goes. So part of the problem here is you're dipping into your reserve, right?
Correct.
How much of your reserve have you used to date? You generally carry a 90-day reserve, is that right? And what would you say your reserve is at now?
Currently, sir, we're at a 90-day reserve. But in the out years, that deficit will continue to grow, and we will continue to eat into that reserve.
You're not dipping into it yet?
Yes, we're projecting to spend about $4 million to cover
How much?
about $4 million to
$4
cover,
million.
to cover the
Out
expense.
of roughly a $15, $16 million 90-day reserve?
Yes, sir.
So you're about 25% into it. And the next year, you'll be 50% into it.
Yes, sir.
And the next year. So it's clear where it's going. As far as your chart showing more revenue than expense in the out years, it's clear to me that you need to have a 90-day operating reserve. And if you get too far below that, if there's a hiccup, you're going to cease services. Nobody in the city wants to see you stop picking up garbage because you run out of money. I understand your figures. I would consider, maybe taking 3 of these 4 rate increases at this time and continuing the discussion for a later date. But frankly, you've been talking about this for over a year. And, the numbers are what the numbers are. We've indicated a lot of the reasons why we're getting. I think some of the discussion brought up about going to electric vehicles is really a very different discussion. That's not going to save us money necessarily, but it's certainly a program that we should pursue. But to my colleagues, I'd say that I feel like the Department of Public Works, and especially you as solid waste manager, have done your homework and tried to keep this rate increase at a level that's on par with expenses simply to meet our Prop 218 commitment. So that's all I have for now, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman Chenier. Then I'm going to make a suggestion. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jerome, appreciate the work that you're doing. And, clearly we're going to have to do something to produce more revenue here. There's no question about it. And, I don't know how much we've been able to do as far as efficiencies within the organization and if there's any possibilities there. The thing that I wanted to say just for a minute here, and the thing that is always hard for me, and I've been doing rate increases now, because I think when Ms. Ashby and I came on board, the city hadn't done rate increases in utilities for many, many years. And we put in some pretty steep ones, which we had to do to pay for new pipes, just to pay the bills. But what we don't do is really put these in context as for either a homeowner or a renter. We have so many different bills that we're putting out there. And while this may be a few dollars a year, when you start adding all these things up, I have no doubt that it's having a pretty significant impact on a lot of families. What I'd like to do, and I don't have an idea on how to do the rate increases differently, and I'm certainly willing to discuss going to a shorter time period to give us some more time to try to think of some other things or be entrepreneurial about it. But what I'd love to see is if we could, and this for the city manager, take maybe the last 3 years and look at all the bills that we're putting out there and look at the increases and what's going to happen over the next 2 to 3 years as well in those, so that we can look at this in totality and look at it from the point of view of a family rather than from the city's point of view. I mean, we have to raise revenues, we have to pay for those services. I don't have the answers, but I do want to see it in context of all the pieces that we're doing. So that's a request that I would have. Whether or not we do this increase, but maybe there's a workshop that we can do to look at everything that we're doing across the board and look over the next couple of years and see what we're going to do. Because I'd hate to do this increase and then come back in 6 months and have to do a water increase or a sewer increase or whatever it is.
And I concur with you.
So, yeah, so this isn't exactly for you, but for how we look at this. And I don't think we're looking at it from the point of view of our constituents at this point.
Thank you, Jay. So look, this conversation has really helped me as I sit here and take in all the input from my colleagues, and I hear trend here. I think of it this way. I think about maybe something that may seem unrelated, but I don't think it is. Sometime after the first of the next calendar year, we are going to engage in a real discussion about government efficiency. In fact, we have consulted with through our auditor with a major company that's going to come back to us with a series of recommendations about how we can create a more lean government across the board. I think you've done an excellent job here, and you've laid out the analytics in a very good way. This is none of this is negative or critical of the substance of work that you have done. But I do think when it comes to long-term planning and long-term decision-making in this city, we always should create an incentive or a set series of incentives to try to save the ratepayer and the taxpayer money, either to return the money to them or to be able to do more on behalf of our constituents when it comes to service and programming. A 4-year rate increase, even a 3.5-year rate increase, does not embed that kind of structure or that kind of incentive. I would be more comfortable, and I kind of get a sense of the city council here as well, if we did 2.5 years, take the half year and 2 years, because that actually takes us through FY22, where we still have a reserve, albeit not a large reserve by the end of 22. But Councilmember Schneer, Henson, everybody makes the right argument, I think, that if that's all we did and just sort of wait to make another decision 2 years from now, we wouldn't be doing this right. We need a better set of analytics here when it comes to recycling, when it comes to the route reform that Councilmember Ashby spoke about earlier, so that we can work with you, push you, and you can push us back, to actually see if we might together find real cost savings in the solid waste area. So that together, we're in a position 2 years from now for you to maybe recommend a lesser increase or no increase at all. Or the same increase that's justified because we've decided to expand service in a particular area and we need to pay for it. I think this is a lesson here, not only on this item, but Mr. City Manager, we've talked a lot about this, but across the city departments here, that we've got a lot we're trying to balance here. We're trying to do always right by our employees, and collective bargaining is the law, and we not only stand behind it, we believe in it, but it costs money. We've made promises to the neighborhoods around Measure U. And then there's long-term pension debt. And then there is the operation of the city itself. These are all in some ways competing, and in another way, they're all necessary. But the only way that we achieve everything is if we are also serious about efficiency. And we need some analytics, and you need some incentives and some goals for us to tell you we may not approve a 7.5% rate increase in 2 years. We just may not. Maybe a different body here, maybe, who knows? We may not, and so you have to, not alone, but working with us, develop a set of tools and analytics by which we can say to the ratepayers in this instance and the taxpayers that we're doing everything we can to run leaner and meaner. So that's my proposal, that we, one, do 2.5 years, but secondly, that we come back after the first of the year, maybe as part of this management partners study, and that you think about a set of analytics with the goal of trying to reduce that third-year rate increase if we achieve the following efficiencies. You got to help us identify those and work together with us. It's not all on you. It's us working together. That's my proposal. Yeah.
Mayor, what I would like to suggest, and I think a workshop is a great idea. The state is looking at fixing some of the recycling issues that Mr. Council raised. I hope you're okay out there. Do you need water?
You need some water out there?
Maybe we can get him some water. The recycling issues that were raised, I think the legislature is looking at this year. We've got the SWA issue that's being actively debated, the tipping fee contract that Councilmember Harris raised. And when you say 2.5 years, Mayor, that's a 23.5% increase that we'd be approving tonight. And I'd be comfortable with the 15% of a year, of the first year, which is really this fiscal year of 7.43%. And you know, it seems like the will of the council is to give a little cushion to allow us to work through both efficiencies to see how we can work collectively to resolve some of these things and get us into the 2021 fiscal year. I guess I'm uncomfortable with the additional year at this point because that's another 7.5%.
That's fine.
So I'd make a motion that we adopt the 7.43 for 1920 and the 7.47 for 2021, and then have them come back.
That's fine. That's even better. So that puts, it's a
That's
little,
a year and a half
tighter.
And the last point is, this is being done devoid of the budget process, devoid of the collective bargaining process, and some of the other things that are moving. And so it's really hard to sync up with the cost increases when we're not contemplating them in the budget. We spend very little time on our enterprise funds. This is a real important reason to really understand the enterprise funds in the budgeting process.
So the motion is a year and a half, which that's consistent with my suggestion. I'm fine. Okay, second, is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
And I want to support that too, because I think the danger of I'd like to move, second to open, close the public. Yeah.
All that
Perfect.
jazz.
Yeah, all that
Year
jazz.
and a half.
Move to open and close the public hearing. And I'll second that. And because the concern is I would hate to delay this issue and then we have a larger increase in the future. I mean, I think making sure that we do something today to start looking at that. But I agree with your point about the efficiencies and bringing that in and bringing forward some of the examples, such as working with other cities on joint contracts, as well as answering some of these questions on why not work with other our county partners or other cities. Maybe they have refueling stations too. But I think those examples would be helpful as we move forward.
Very good. Councilman Carr, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think I can support it, but I want to understand first, City Manager, are there implications or impacts, negative impacts by approving this for 1 year? Are there long-term purchases that have to be made this year in order to continue to provide services?
Well, one of the considerations to have is that in order for us to get this item before the council, there's a pretty lengthy process that leads up to this. It's, Jerome, you can talk about it, 8-9 months to get here. Yes.
And so we will have to start that process fairly quickly, and have the conversation simultaneously during the beginning of the year.
Yep.
Yeah, Jerome, one other thing. Can we ask that you
Excuse me,
reach out
Jeff.
to region? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't think I understood.
I'm sorry.
So in order, the complication, the consideration is that we would have to start an outreach process soon?
For a year and a half or a year, because we're doing 2 fiscal years. Right, well, I mean, just the sheer number of months, it takes around 9 months to get to a point where we are here today with the outreach and the process to get before council.
Yes, our timetable that we did for this rate increase is kind of on the menu, the screen there.
No, it's about, 9 months. Okay? It's
Are there
fine.
any-
Tight, but we're gonna come back. Remember, the idea is to come back in workshop form in early 2020 to actually develop some analytics around efficiency and how we might push to achieve the same levels of service, but with a lesser out-year rate increase. We haven't done that.
Any other negative implications of this, of making this decision?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Jay?
Yeah, I just want to ask that you all reach out to Regional Transit about the CNG. I know that they're working with a lot as a fueling station for others, and if that's not one of the people you're using now, that could be a win-win situation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's a motion and a second, and the motion is to accept, to amend the staff recommendation to approve the rate increases for the 2 tranches, the half year and then the full year. That would be a year and a half, as otherwise recommended in the staff report. Is that clear to everybody? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstain. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We look forward to our continued work together. Okay. Members, we now move to Measure U, the 24. This shouldn't be that long of, this is the old Measure U, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Daniel, let's make this brief if we can, please.
Very brief. I'm Daniel Sanchez, Special Projects Manager in the City Manager's Office. What you have before you is the Measure U Transaction and Use Annual Use Annual Report for the fiscal years 2016-17 and 2017-18. The Measure U ballot language requires annual independent financial audits and citizen oversight. The Measure U Committee reviewed and approved the annual report during their September 19, 2019 meeting. The Measure U Committee is presenting 2 fiscal years to you today because the previous Measure U Committee was not able to approve these 2 fiscal years before they disbanded. The reports also contain independent financial audits and citizen oversight regarding the Measure U expenditures. Here today is the Measure U Committee Chair, Flo Jean Kofer, who is available to speak.
Hi,
Good
Madam
afternoon,
Chair.
Mayor and Council. I am here to answer any questions that you have about the report from our committee, and I want to, just on the record, thank Amanda Blackwood and Deborah Odo-Kent, as well as Elizabeth Prey, who served on our ad hoc committee and chaired this work.
Just so we're clear, these reports are pre-Measure U Part 2, what I call the new Measure U.
So this is fiscal year 16-17 and 17-18 that predates all of our involvement on the Measure U Oversight
And is
Committee.
there any highlight or low light that you want to point out as chair of the advisory committee?
No highlights, just that we are looking forward to coming back to you soon with some recommendations about the current Measure U.
Yes.
And some thoughts on what we can do next with the revenue.
Got it. Thank you very much, Flo.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion and a second to receive this report? Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Oppose, abstain. That passes unanimously. Members, talking to the city manager a little bit in terms of agenda management, without objection, I think we want to take item 26 before item 25. If that's all right, we'll take the homeless service plan before we take the multifamily. What do you want to do? If it's going to be quick, okay. It's going to be quick. Well, we are going to then reverse field here. So you often do, and take item 25 first, which is the multifamily lending guidelines.
All right. Ready? Good evening. I'm Susan Veazey, Program Manager in the Development Department at the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. Tonight, we are requesting your approval of our revised multifamily lending and mortgage revenue bond policies. We requested approval from the council on November 12th, and were directed to consider additional changes and to return back for further discussion and an approval request. SHRA staff reviewed the proposed modifications and made the following changes. We lowered the standard interest rate to 0 to 3%, leaving the option for the applicable federal rate, which some of our developers request. We now allow for security patrols for larger complexes to be considered on a case-by-case basis as requested. We now include a public meeting as part of our application process to allow for a public platform for information. We have added an appeals process for pre-applicants that were not invited to submit a full application. We removed the section detailing communications with elected officials. We added a preference for projects that offer accessible units above the required minimum levels. After completing the staff report, we have also agreed to modify the language relating to residual receipts and other bond issuers. I will now read the language into the record and provide a copy to the clerk.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
Happy not to.
Go.
Okay. Yes, nap time. Section 2.7, SHRA strives to increase production of affordable housing units in the city of Sacramento. Therefore, we offer a variety of options for loan repayment to assist developers. Loan payments are deferred during construction and during repayment of any deferred developer fee, and then repaid over the remainder of the term. Balloon payments are permissible in instances where cash flow cannot repay the debt. Section 2.7.1, residual receipts loans can be considered especially if required by state or federal funding sources. Section 9.4.8, in an effort to encourage new construction and maintain quality standards, SHRA is committed to working with other issuers. The California Housing Finance Agency has the authority to issue bonds throughout the state of California, which includes the city of Sacramento. Therefore, CalHFA has the authority to hold an independent public hearing for projects for which it is the bond issuer. For all other issuers, SHRA should be notified prior to proceeding with the project. New construction projects not requesting funding from SHRA shall receive expedited review and approval. Rehabilitation projects shall be subject to SHRA affordability levels, procedures, and requirements. SHRA shall only be reimbursed for review of the project and preparation of TEFRA hearing and notice not exceeding 25 basis points of the bond issuance amount upon issuance of the bonds. SHRA annual administration fee, monitoring fee will be waived unless compliance monitoring is requested by the issuer. That completes my reading into the record. Location priorities related to displacement avoidance had previously been integrated, so were not included in this update. We are not proposing to reduce our monitoring fees below the significant adjustments that we had already recommended, which caps our fees, unlike other local issuers. Our research revealed that the recommendations keep us in line with our peer issuers throughout the state. Local jurisdictions like SHRA monitor not only bond units, but gap finance units meeting a variety of restrictions, including federal home funds, local housing trust funds, and tax increment funds. When redevelopment went away, many jurisdictions struggled to monitor and service their portfolios of affordable housing. However, because of our monitoring fees, SHRA maintained its capacity to carry out these functions. Once again, this has been a long journey involving many voices, all of whom share the common goal of maximizing SHRA's impact despite limited resources. Staff believe the document you have in front of you this evening will benefit our partners in our community. We would appreciate your vote of approval and have agreed to return within 60 days with an analysis of our monitoring fees for new construction projects. And we are now available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, very good. We do have 5 people who want to testify on the item, then I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Hanson, who's been working hard on this with the agency to sort of wrap it up, or at least wrap it up for today. Go ahead.
Thank you. We have 5 speakers: Fabrizio Sazzo, Noah Painter, John Foley, Forrest Johnson, and then Kevin Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Fabrizio Sasso, Executive Director of the Sacramento Central Labor Council. We need to think differently if we're going to solve the affordable housing crisis. Many of our members in our labor family struggle to find affordable housing, even members of SHRA's own staff. No one is denying the complexity that's involved when developing affordable housing, and I'm here this evening to ask that you consider amending SHRA's proposal to allow for 2 things. Allow affordable builders the flexibility to use other issuers by right when they do not request an SHRA subsidy, and consider requiring SHRA to reduce its issuance and annual monitoring fee so that they're in line with competitors. These fees add up over time and require more money to build more affordable housing and reduce the overall amount of units that we can build. The numbers don't lie. Since 2013, the city has only produced 346 new units of affordable housing through SHRA's current lending process. That's less than 60 units per year. If our goal as a city is to provide an affordable unit for every man, woman, and child who needs it, 60 units per year is not going to cut it. So we need to stop with this turf battle and protection and actually work together and try to solve this issue. No one person or agency or idea will solve the affordable housing crisis, so we have to work together and think differently, or else we're all destined to fail. Thank you.
Next speaker is Noah Painter.
Mayor, Council, Noah Painter, thank you for allowing me to come and speak this evening. I think we're working through this iteratively to try to solve an issue here. I want to thank SHRA staff for working on this. The movement on utilizing another issuer is something that I think a lot of people have focused on. And it's become more of a presence because there is more state funding available. There are more local funding projects available. There are other state funds that you can access through HCD that we don't necessarily have to work through the typical channels that we've had since redevelopment has gone away. The 2 issues that I do want to raise is one, Mr. Sasso brought up, which was the issuer concern and being able to utilize another competitor when you do not need to have general local subsidy. Working through general local subsidy requests is a long process. You have to get in line. There's a whole application period. If we're able to utilize the flexibility of having another issuer, regardless of if it's new construction or acquisition rehab, and it's by right, you have a lot of projects that then could pencil with other funding sources that aren't local. That is ultimately, I think, the biggest crux of this discussion, and it's something that I think should hopefully be worked through. I commend SHRA on being flexible and moving where they are, but I think there's still some ways to go here. Lastly, the fee structure, one of the challenges with the fee structure that we have currently is that you're charged essentially double for an issuance. If you want to work with an outside issuer, you're charged up to the 25 basis points that SHRA would have, plus their additional monitoring fee. And then you're charged by the outside issuer their issuance fees because they have to pay their staff plus their monitoring fee. So that is a really challenging situation. That could lead up to over $1 million in cost if all of those fees are realized at maximum. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is John Foley, then Forrest Johnson, and Kevin Brown.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Foley. I happen to have the honor of serving on the board of directors of the Sacramento Housing Alliance with some very knowledgeable people. They're not here, so I'm going to read their notes. In keeping with the priority of the city to provide housing stability for people experiencing homelessness and at risk of homelessness, we recommend a deeper minimum level of affordability. All developments using SHRA finance should include at least 20% of the units affordable to very low-income households, and at least half of those units should be affordable to extremely low-income households. We appreciate the work of SHRA and the council to strengthen the multifamily lending guidelines. The most recent revisions again make progress in addressing cost concerns and in adding certainty to the process. However, as described in more detail in our letter that I hope you received, changes are still required. We appreciate SHRA added an appeals process to the pre-application process, but should also include an appeal process for the full application stage. This is a common practice for public lenders. The effectiveness and appeals process is dependent upon SHRA describing pre-application approval criteria as well as establishing scoring criteria for the formal application process, so similar to that used by TCAC and HCD. Providing clear and transparent standards ensures fairness and is necessary for an effective appeals process. We remain concerned about the impact of SHRA fees on development, feasibility, and affordability. This is especially the case for ongoing bond monitoring fees. SHRA appears to be the only agency that charges that fee based on the original
Thank you for
bond
your
amount.
comments. Your time is complete.
Okay,
Thank
thanks
you.
very much.
John, thank you.
And read our letter.
We will.
Your next speaker is Forrest Johnson, then Kevin Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. My name is Forrest Johnson. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Sacramento Region Business Association. I just want to start off by saying that we share the same concern as Mr. Saso. We ask that you deny the proposed changes by SHRA. We hope for the City Council to open the doors for developers to use other issuers like CSCDA, which is not included in the proposal before you tonight. We don't need a monopoly imposed by SHRA. Instead, the council should be doing everything in its power to make it possible and easy for developers to use as many issuers as possible. We are also here to ask that no limitations be placed on developers or members of their team from speaking to the elected officials about projects that they are proposing. It's a proposal that will have a chilling effect, and it's unfair. Everyone should have the right to speak to the elected officials who are entrusted to make decisions and not be silenced behind closed doors by unelected staff. Many issues in our city are a result of the unaffordable rents because we have failed to build affordable housing. And we ask that the City Council takes bold action and deny the proposed changes. Thank you for your time.
Kevin Brown is our final speaker on this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Kevin Brown from the Sacramento Building Trades, Director of Apprenticeship Readiness on behalf of Kevin Fiera, Executive Director of the Sacramento Building Trades. In the same spirit of Mr. Sasso and also Mr. Painter, the building trades are in alignment as it relates to the specificities of some of the issues of the issuance of some of the proposals set forth by SHRA. We, rather than reinventing the whole wheel, we are here in the spirit of cooperation to make ourselves available in a way, in a manner such as the looking to develop a relationship with SHRA in the same magnitude rather of the CWTA that we did for the city here. We think that it would provide a social and economic stimulus for the residents there, in particular those with Section 3, residents of the properties and things of this nature. And so we are here tonight again, to reemphasize, number one, that we oppose this, but we want to look forward to building bridges of collaboration so that we can move the needle forward to support this great city of Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers.
All right, thank you for the public testimony. Let's now hear from Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to those who spoke and to my colleagues for both the hearing that we had in November where we had Veterans Day prior, and I didn't really have a lot of time to talk to the agency staff. And so Christine, Lachelle, I appreciate all the work you've done in the meantime. Tyrone, although you get to sit outside the splash zone today, you were certainly involved in helping move this forward. I want to thank you first the agency for responding to many of the comments that I brought forward in November about the policy. The biggest issue here, and it wasn't necessarily debated then, but our last time we redid these multifamily lending guidelines was in 2009. It was a very different housing situation. We still had redevelopment. We actually were in a very different place, and we prioritized rehab. So one of the really important conversations today that Ms. Dozier and I had was really about how we spur the creation of new affordable housing units. And I think that the changes that were put into the record today address some of those conversations we actually had just 6-7 hours ago. And so that shows the nimbleness that I know SHRA prides itself on, and I want to recognize that. But I also know that we left that meeting with an agreement that, particularly on the issuance fee and the monitoring fees, that we'd come back to really keep working on it. And so to the people who came to testify, whether it was Noah or Fabrizio or Kevin, I think that we still have to continue to work and iterate on this as a council policy, but I handed out just a side-by-side my staff did to help the council show what we recommended to what you adopted, and it shows many of the changes were adopted. And then the agency on the first page read into the record some proposed initial changes on the second two rows where it says no change. That was prior to our meeting today and prior to those being read into the record tonight. So I just want to say thank you. I'm going to make a motion that we approve the changes that you brought forward, both in the staff report and the ones read into the record, but that we come back in 60 days as the agency committed, working with our city staff, with Howard, you and our housing team, on this particular issue of how do we lower the costs for creating new affordable housing. We do not have enough new units, and we know, and there are a lot of people here to talk about that on matters not on the agenda, that we have to continue to have a forward-leaning posture. The other cities in the county, the other cities in the region, we're still striving to outpace the growth that we need to outpace in relation to the creation of affordable housing units. We know that we can't do it alone as a city, but we should set the standard for how to do it the best, not only in our region, but in the state. And I think the last thing I'll just say is, it was clear in our meeting today that we're looking at what other agencies are doing to stay within that pack. But in California, many of the housing authorities, they still have a lot more resources and/or they're just not meeting the mark that the policymakers have set. So some of those things have to change. And I don't know what it is, but I look forward to, over the next couple of months, working with you, Lachelle and Christine, and trying to figure out how we continue to put Sacramento as at the forefront of this effort as a housing authority, as a city, because I truly believe we can be a leader and we can get beyond that. We're going to have our housing bond policy debated at some point soon. And this is another attribute for how we continue to move from ideation into building and occupancy these desperately needed affordable housing units. So with that, I'll make a motion to accept the changes, say thank you, and to know that we're going to come back and continue to work on a few of these things.
Thank you, Councilmember Hanson. I'll go ahead and second that motion, but I'll punch up the following speakers and speak afterwards here. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hanson, I appreciate the motion. I'd also like to thank SHRA specifically for dropping the language about communications with electeds. That was a particular concern of mine, and I appreciate you moving on that particular item. My only request to you, council members, that when we address this in 60 days, that we sit as the housing authority of the city of Sacramento rather than at city council. And I believe that this is commensurate with a request I've made of the mayor and the manager both, and they seem to be both amenable that in the start of the new year, when we work with SHRA on housing issues, that we sit as the housing authority. We sit as the board of directors of our housing authority and give these issues the attention that they deserve rather than bury them in lengthy council agendas. So I'm not sure you need to put that in your motion because I think it's going to go that way anyway, but I would ask that you accept it.
Well, Mr. Harris, I think to be clear, this is a city action and a housing authority action. It is both. if I understand the posture correctly. So if it comes back, it depends on whether it's both still a joint city action and a housing
Well,
authority
that's the
action.
intention, is that it's always both. you
It
know?
is always both, yeah. But I think it's a little bit of semantics, but I'm happy to continue to support good outcomes. And I think our housing authority staff are in this to partner as well. And so with the city manager's help, we'll try to meet that request. I don't think I need to put in the motion, but.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you. So not quick then, just to be clear. Move that up, but it's not quick. I guess, first of all, I want to thank SHRA for coming back so quickly with those changes. I was really concerned that that timeline was too brief and that would be really difficult to do and still achieve the outreach that you felt was necessary. So, thank you, and I too agree that the language coming out about talking with council members, though I understand that your intent was to protect council members from people coming back to them and complaining and then putting us in a difficult, precarious position, but still, I guess it's what we signed up for, so I think it's good to leave that out. But I do want to say this, and I'm speaking really particularly to Noah and Fabrizio and Kevin and those guys that came. Some of you mentioned the CWTA, and several of you talked about local hire and, money in Sacramento and building in Sacramento. And I want you to understand that if we use Cal HFA, but particularly CMFA or CSCDA, that the funding that would have gone to employees in Sacramento at SHRA would now be going to these employees not in Sacramento. So, for example, at least one of these agencies, CMFA, is in Carlsbad. So that is exactly the opposite of the CWTA, which was intended to increase employment in Sacramento, right? And yes, it's with trades. CWTA is about trades, but this is about financing. So the financing entity is still going to produce funding for whatever trades group you want, and that's fine. I'm good on that. But I don't know why we would send our financing to another city where the interest accrued on that then goes to fund an agency that is not Sacramento. And I'm going to explain to you something. Ongoing bond monitoring, which one of you talked about and said, sort of, oh, well, SHRA is the only one that has ongoing bond monitoring. That's correct. They are. Let me tell you what that means. I have 12 low-income inclusionary apartment complexes in my district. I have more than anywhere else in the city. What that means is when there's a problem with them, and let me explain to you what a problem is. I have one right now. One of them kicked all the low-income people out and told them that they no longer qualify for low income. A new owner came in and bought the property. They kicked out people who are disabled. They kicked out people who are on disability. They kicked out people who are on fixed incomes. And then people started to come to me as the council member and said, oh my gosh, this place is my recourse, ongoing bond monitoring. I called SHRA. Their bond to do the job is through SHRA. So SHRA went out and met with them and specifically took the names of the 5 or 6 people that had reached out to me, which if 5 or 6 reached out to me, then probably 15 more that don't have a clue who I am or the city councils also probably had that problem. And they have worked to resolve it over the last several months. And several of those people have reached out to me to say, thank you for sending in an advocate. That's what ongoing bond monitoring means. And I don't think Carlsbad CMFA staff are gonna do that for you. So I just want to be careful. I'm not saying we don't ever do this. We've worked out some plans. In fact, I worked with Councilmember Hansen on a plan where we brought Cal HFA in. I think it can be done, but you have to be really careful and really clear with what you're giving up. Because what you're giving up is the ongoing monitoring that you'll have from SHRA and the funding that would feed back to SHRA for Sacramento jobs and Sacramento employees. And I don't want to give either one of those two things up. But it doesn't mean that we can't have a conversation and come back in 60 days or whatever you all have agreed to talk about what opportunities there might be to expand, our opportunities to reach or partner or whatever. But let's be careful that we don't lose Sacramento jobs to give Carlsbad jobs to do the same thing we could have done here. And let's don't give up ongoing bond monitoring. Let's don't give up what SHRA brings that none of these, including Cal HFA, none of them do. Admittedly, I am very good friends with the person who runs Cal HFA too, and she would tell you if she were here, she doesn't do the same thing that Lachelle does. So I just want folks to understand, these companies don't do the same thing. It's not apples and apples, and it really needs to be clear. And also, I mean, on the fees, it's a pretty big assumption, and I know somebody from the city probably put this together, but it's a pretty big assumption that SHRA's fees are always higher. I have certainly seen costing on particular projects where, because they are willing to cap, their price is actually half of what other similarly sized housing and redevelopment agencies across the state would do. And so if we're going to throw that out there, I don't think we should throw it out as fact. I need then, in 60 days, when you come back, to show us examples of projects and where your fee falls in line with other cities like you who do this kind of work, because I want to understand better. If our fees are over the top, then we need to reduce them, but if they're not, then I want to make sure that we're not just saying they are and making changes that aren't reflective of what's happening at other housing and redevelopment agencies across the state. And I, again, just caution, when you come back in 60 days with ideas on how you might work with other lending institutions, please be really clear with us about what's at stake for SHRA employees, for Sacramento jobs, and for ongoing monitoring of these projects. And ongoing is years, decades. And at any point that these folks come in and build the apartment complex, they sell it to another entity. If that entity doesn't have some type of oversight, this is what they do. They come in and they say that somebody's no longer eligible, right? And it becomes a real problem. And SHRA has been there to enforce in my district multiple times, and it has worked. I don't want to have to try to convince an analyst from Carlsbad at CMFA to come up and try to help me. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashby. Well, first, I want to thank SHRA and their staff for responding to the concerns from the dais. I mean, clearly, this is something that's come to the council not more than once, twice. I think this is maybe time 5 it's been agendized. And I do want to thank for responding quickly to all those changes that Councilmember Hanson had proposed at our last scheduled meeting on this item. I think, Councilmember Chenier said it best. We go down a slippery slope when you start restricting the public or constituents from communicating with any of their elected officials, and so I appreciate the changes on that. And also for responding to some of the concerns about how are we being more efficient. At the end of the day, I know SHRA wants to get more housing production as much as this council does, as much as the nonprofit housing construction entities do. And that, I think, is the focus of this point. I want to thank some of the speakers here. I know our working folks that from the building trades and that came here, and the Labor Council who came here and talked about the concern that we have a housing shortage, and that many of their members are trying to find housing. And if we don't focus on what are we doing to increase the supply faster, it's a concern. The last time I brought up the issue constantly about how the fees add on top of each other, and the monitoring fees particularly. Monitoring is critical. Monitoring is something we need to do, but there's a concern, and you can talk to a lot of folks from, say, Mercy Housing that employs a lot of Sacramentans, and they're here in Sacramento. Mutual Housing that employs a lot of Sacramentans and build a lot on Sacramento, who would tell you that they feel they have to pay monitoring fees on top of monitoring fees. And so here's one request I would ask staff to do, and maybe this is more direction than amendment to the motion. Today in Law and Legislation Committee, we talked about our platform, and I think it fits within some of our platform, but there are ways, I believe, that at the state level, there can be terms required for one entity to charge monitoring fees, not multiple entities. So all I'll say is, with that is, there can be efforts to reduce the cost, to help streamline and move faster the production, and I think the concerns that were brought today from public comment are very well warranted. I want to thank everybody for moving through this quickly, and specifically, thank you, Councilmember Hanson, for spending a lot of time on these amendments. With that,
May I?
oh, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Acting as the acting vice mayor.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. So just to complicate things a little bit further, a preview. Next week, December the 10th, the council is going to consider its criteria for the expenditure of the Measure U Affordable Housing Bond. And we're going to talk about this a lot in the next item around homelessness. But our real opportunity here, I won't even call it a challenge, is to integrate the work we have been discussing tonight with the work that the city, separate, if you will, formally separate from the agency and the Housing Authority, is doing around housing as well. Because what we don't need and want and would be very inefficient and ineffective would be to have sort of two separate arms of the city dealing with housing without there being a real partnership here. And I believe we can create that partnership and that we're on our way to creating that partnership. So I just wanted to preview that. This is very, very important, the multifamily guidelines here. And I think there's been there was a tough meeting a couple weeks ago, but this shows how we can kind of bring it together. The next step is going to be to make sure that we take all of our resources around housing, which are more robust than they have ever been in a long time, and to create a single, coherent, effective, affordable housing program, because we're going to have the resources, and that's a good thing. We just got to be effective in how we spend them.
Great. Thank you.
Good.
Seeing no further comments, there's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstained? Measure passes. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for finishing.
No, thank you. No.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. We now move to the second item around housing tonight, around our updated homeless plan. And Michelle, I know that you are going to make a presentation, and we're looking forward to it. And we're going to thank you probably many times tonight for your good work. I just want to begin with a little bit of an opener myself, if I can, just to sort of set the context for where we are tonight, because, and man, this is the issue of the day. And of course, the last issue is related. It is affordable housing and homelessness, our two biggest challenges to achieving the city that we all want. And I just want to say that I, of course, am very proud of all of the work that's been done here already, and Emily Halkin has really led the way with our Homeless Services Division, our existing shelter program, what we did on Railroad Avenue, what you're doing now with Capitol Park, bringing over 100 people in. And that's all good, but we're here tonight, I think, with a renewed sense of purpose, because it is time to get moving faster. I am both heartened and impatient at the same time. I am heartened, first of all, that my colleagues individually and as a group have responded enthusiastically to the challenge I laid out nearly a year ago to create at least 100 beds, approximately, in every district. And I want to thank you, because you've taken it seriously and you've all put real thought into this. I'm also heartened by the intense, behind-the-scenes collaboration between the city manager and his team and Director Dozier and her team to get us to this evening. I want to thank you, and I want to thank your staff at SHRA. And City Manager, I want to thank you and your team and your staff, Chris and Emily out there, for the beginnings of what I hope is a vital partnership. We need you all to continue to work together as a city team. So I said I'm heartened, but I'm also impatient, because everything around this issue of homelessness, this life and death issue, takes far too long. I am heartened because we have at our disposal unprecedented amounts of resources, state, local, and private resources to invest deeply in every evidence-based strategy to bring hundreds and thousands of people indoors. Some people think because I have pushed high-volume navigation centers or shelters so hard that I believe it is the only solution. Far from it. I encourage the diversity of options that are before us tonight and represented in this report. And I thank the members, Councilman Rashby brings this forward, and I appreciate it, but it's also an amalgamation of the work of a lot of the members here that you all have been working on. I just insist that following tonight, that we follow through with urgency, with passion, and with speed. And before the evening is out, I want to talk about the winter for this timetable, which is good and aggressive, doesn't quite get us through the winter. And so I want to make sure that we get back to the winter before we're through. But I just want to make those introductory comments to say thank you, to say that this partnership, which I know a lot of this is inside ball and behind the scenes, is really important. We need each other. We need you, we need you, we need each other. And only by working together are we going to turn the corner on this issue where people expect us to not just lay the foundation, not just raise the money, not just pass the resolutions, but actually get more people indoors. So, thank you. So let's take it away.
Okay, well, I don't know if there's a lot for me to say.
There sure is. There's a lot of specifics, so thank you.
There are a lot of specifics,
Okay.
and thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Good evening. My name is Lachelle Dozier. I'm the Executive Director of Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. So I really want to start by thanking you for this continued discussion on the proposed strategies that provide additional homeless shelter services in each of the different districts throughout Sacramento. On October 22nd, we presented 5 options to provide additional assistance to individuals and families experiencing homelessness, which will be integrated with Sacramento Steps Forward in their HMIS system, or their Homeless Management Information System. Those options were varied, and they included things like scattered site housing that would address parents with children and allow them to have an opportunity to actually live in apartments throughout Sacramento. It would specifically address those people who were victims of domestic violence and would provide a safe place for children. In addition, another option that was proposed was safe parking. This would be a parking lot where people could park safely and they could have access to services. That was one of the key things that we heard in our discussions with council members. Another options were sleeping tents or cabins. These are something that we've seen, had an opportunity to see. In fact, we had an actual cabin outside City Hall today, but they provide another option for homeless individuals and or families. In addition, we've actually, as you mentioned, we have been working very hard on Capitol Park, and we want to continue the work effort in terms of motel conversion. So looking at doing pre-development and moving forward with that as another option that really is the best of both worlds, where we can use motels for sheltering prior to being converted to permanent supportive housing. And then last but not least, and there was a lot of discussion, I know, about how much housing that is being produced by SHRA. And that is dependent, yes, on the fees that we charge, but also on how much money we have to provide to developers for gap financing. So that was one of the 5th components of our options, was making sure that there is permanent supportive housing funding so that we can continue to produce. The mayor and city council's response to the presentation on October 22nd was an urgent and immediate directive to the city manager and myself to work together to provide you with a proposal that prioritized these additional shelter options and identified the funding available to quickly serve the many Sacramento residents and their children experiencing homelessness. Over the last several weeks, I've worked closely with the city manager's office, and SHRA staff have reviewed current and or soon-to-be operational city-funded shelter options, including looking at which populations are going to be served, and more importantly, what are our available funding sources. The recommendation before you was prioritized with the following requirements in mind. We looked at timeliness, as I mentioned, populations to be served, looking at the pre-approved shelters' delivery dates, and funding availability. As we prioritize those options, we identified what could be launched as soon as possible and how quickly a strategy could become operational. Using data from the 2019 point-in-time count, information was further reviewed to determine the total number of women experiencing homelessness. Additionally, Meadowview and the Broadway Alhambra Navigation Centers have already been approved for capital funding allocation. So information on public and private funding sources, including any restrictions or availability, was also analyzed to identify when that could be drawn down. So over the next 6 months, a new strategy would be essential to roll out on a monthly basis. And I have a chart here. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. I think that's there. So basically, oh good, it's coming into focus. So basically, based on the prioritization methodology, a safe parking lot could be launched quicker than other options to immediately serve approximately 20 families identified to be living in their cars. So as you can see, the estimated opening, if we're able to locate a site, could be as early as January. So this is really trying to address the urgency that the mayor just talked about. The next one was scattered sites. That would begin in March and would serve approximately 150 families with children. And that, if you look on the chart, like I said, is in March, I think. There we go. So there we would start with our scattered sites in March. The next one was looking at cabins. So the pre-development for sleeping cabins could also begin in March to maximize the availability of private funds. So if a site is available, we would have full operations in June. We felt that it was important that we got started on something instead of waiting till all of the funding came in. And I'll talk a little bit more about the private and the state funding. The Meadowview Navigation Shelter could also tap into private funds to cover our operational costs. And you see that's the next thing that would come in about April of 2020. And then also based on our experience with Capitol Park, we know it's important to do pre-development work. So the pre-development of motel conversion could also commence in April to pave the way for shelter operations in the second half of 2020 to serve approximately 100 individuals. Once state funds become available in the spring, the Broadway Alhambra Navigation Center could begin operations in May, serving 100 homeless individuals. When you look to the far right of the chart, that's where we really look at what are the actual funding sources that we have. The options that we have put on the table really give us a lot of flexibility to scale up or down based on the funding. There's a total of $22.5 million from private and public funding, which has been identified for 2020. Of that amount, $8.5 million is from private sources and $14 million is from the state. Most of this funding will not be available to draw down from the state until the spring. So we prioritize based on receiving the private funding. So as you can see, the first several options, we would be using up all of the private money that's coming in first, and then as soon as the state money is available, we'd be able to start using that for Broadway Alhambra as well as some of the cabins. Based on the proposed recommendation, there would be a remaining $5.1 million of state funding available in 2020. This could be used to expand any of the programs launched in the first 6 months of 2020, such as additional cabins or expansion of the proposed homeless campus community model. Additionally, the funds could be used to launch a motel shelter if site control is obtained. An additional $14 million from the state is also anticipated in the spring of 2021. In closing, it is important to emphasize the need for an urgent and varied response to homelessness in our community. Many of these options, while proposed by specific council districts, have the flexibility to be scaled up or down depending on the funding, and actually can be done anywhere as long as we work with different council districts to find the best possible location. Based on direction provided tonight, staff will come back with specific detailed reports and receive authorization from City Council on implementation of each strategy. I too would like to commend all of the members of the council for their input and assistance in helping us work through and advance these strategies quickly. Most importantly, I'd also like to thank the mayor for his support and taking on the difficult challenge of raising the private funds that help bring much-needed resources to the table. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Lachelle. Maybe I can start out with a question for you on the timeline and a very well organized matrix here. And maybe I can explain a little bit of the math here in terms of some of the revenue. The $22.5 million in year one does include an assumption that I'm going to be able to raise about $8.5 million. I can tell you without revealing who exactly we're talking to, because that wouldn't be fair to them, that I have relative confidence that we're going to be able to raise at least that amount of money. There is a lot of interest in what we're doing, and of course there's a lot of interest in trying to make the capital city of California a model for how to turn the tide here. The second assumption that you mentioned is in year two is the $14 million for HAP. That was part of the 2019-20 California state budget, signed into law, and it's essentially formulaic. We do have to submit an application, and we have to demonstrate that we intend to use the money in the ways described, but based on the formula and last year's allocation, the $14 million figure is a solid figure. The third year of $14 million, we have confidence here. Here's why. Governor Newsom, the Legislative Analyst's Office just put out the projected budget numbers for fiscal year 21. And once again, the state shows a very robust surplus. And I don't guarantee anything, but I am co-chair of the governor's homeless task force. We've engaged in a lot of conversations. We know that governors, including this governor, does not like to allocate ongoing money. But there is an opportunity for another tranche of one-time money. And of course, what cities can do creatively and appropriately is stretch that one-time money into multi-year commitments. So that third $14 million, that second $14 million has not even been budgeted yet. But we're estimating that cities together with counties are going to be able to go for another tranche of HAP or some HEAP or some third variation of whatever it is. My question on the timeline is this. On the issue of cabins, and I know that's a generic term because today we saw Stephen Waters' great work out in front of City Hall. 2 weeks ago, it was the pallet structures, which can be built in, I think it was 20 minutes,
20 minutes.
something like that. And there are a number of models. And they even follow up to say, hey, we would offer you some demonstration models. Is it possible that by January 1st that we could find some site with a willing council member and actually get some version of those efficiency homes on the ground and people in them by January the 1st?
By January the 1st?
Well, it's only December 3rd.
It is December 3rd. You do have one more council meeting.
Yeah.
Before
Yes.
January 1st.
Okay, January 15th.
I mean, unless...
Quickly. I mean, can we get 15 or 20 of these on the ground well before even the timelines that are in January, well before that time is mentioned?
Yeah, site control is the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can get the site control.
Then we would move heaven and earth to try and get it done.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, can I
Yeah.
just interject one
Yeah.
thing? On that point, because Pallet did offer a number of units to
Yeah.
us as a demonstration, I was thinking that because of the exemption that churches get, that there may be a church with a large lot
Yeah.
that could take one or two or three or four, and then we could have several of those to help distribute throughout the city, maybe 20 of the pallet cabins. And I know that's harder to serve, it's the service plan and the willing congregation, but that could be a way to achieve that goal relatively quickly.
Any way possible, let's do it in the month of January. So we're hitting the winter with, and remember, 2 to 3 people can live in various, in some of the varieties of these efficiency homes. If you do 20, you know, you're potentially impacting 60 people. So,
The churches that hosted Winter Sanctuary were my first thought as an option, because the pallet shelters can be put up in 20 minutes,
Sure.
taken down.
okay. All right, good. Let's, do members want to ask the questions now? I'm sorry, I know I've kind of dominated here, but let's do the public comment and then we'll go.
I have 7 speakers on this item. The first is Alicia Torres, Rebecca Sandoval, then Robert Copeland.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Alicia Torres. I'm a resident in Northgate. I've learned that an empty lot along the Northgate corridor is proposed for 50 sleeping cabins without toilets. It is right across a narrow street from Garden Valley Elementary School and along the Northgate Boulevard corridor with many businesses. I oppose this proposed site and ask you to deny this site. Sleeping cabinets without toilets is horrible to envision. This will bring filth and stench to the entire community. A mother mentioned with surprise, what if a child at night becomes ill and has to throw up or defecate? The homeless will crowd the sidewalks waiting to check into sites. These are the sidewalks that children access where the parents are parked to pick them up. District 3 covers a significant distance. There are many buildings throughout or scattered sites, effective housing. So do not start something from this ground lot when we have buildings now that already exist. Also, my community deserves to be engaged and allowed the opportunity to provide input. There's a thought that I just can't shake. After a recent meeting with our Councilman Harris, he spoke about the sleeping cabin and talked about understanding that shelters can bring to neighborhoods and businesses problems, and it's fact, drug elements, mental illness, violence, different things that he educated us on. I asked him, so why would you propose a site across from the school, near the neighborhood and the businesses? He merely said it won't be like that. I asked, well, how would you control that? And I didn't get an answer. So I left away feeling discouraged that this is something that's just being thrown out of a hat. And
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Sandoval, Robert Copeland, Bridget Duffy, David Guerrero.
I'm sorry?
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Sandoval, and I'm a trustee for Twin Rivers School District. And I'm here to speak in opposition of the sleeping cabins, 50 sleeping cabins to be placed on Northgate Boulevard across from Garden Valley Elementary School. I know some of you here are very involved in education. We all know placing a shelter across from an elementary school is not prudent. Last year, we asked Councilman Harris if he could help us with some of the safety issues that were going on Northgate Boulevard. We got a couple of stoplights. Then we got a plan to bring a P-bid to Northgate Boulevard, and now we get a plan to put a shelter. What P-bid is gonna want a shelter right there at the beginning of their commercial corridor? So that's one thing. Now, in terms of it being across from my school, there are parents that are not sending their children to that school because right now there are homeless people that are setting up camp across from the school, and so the children are not going there. Every one of our schools, and I know in every one throughout the district, the parking is a big issue. Yesterday, I was leafleting, there was a big problem. I spoke yesterday to the businesses there. Les Schwab's gonna contact their corporate office. Foods Co's gonna contact their corporate office. Dollar Tree's gonna contact their corporate office because that shelter backs up to their businesses. They're very concerned there have been fires that have been set right up in there.
There's no shouting out. I'm sorry, excuse me, Rebecca, please stop the clock. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I must insist that if you disagree with the opinion of a speaker, that you not shout out. And instead, you sign up yourself, if you're not already signed up, and come on up and express your point of view. We'd like to hear it, but please don't interrupt.
So another concern I have is if you're a mom or you're a dad or you're a mom and you have to take your children out at night, you're gonna have to cross across this compound to go to the bathroom. Also, in terms of sex trafficking, where this is located, easy access to the freeway. You have mothers and children, and then a car could come by and easy access to the freeway.
Thank you for
We
your
have to
comments.
consider
Your
that.
time is complete. Our next speaker is Robert Copeland, then Bridget Duffy.
Hi, I'm a Sacramento Homeless Organized Committee board member. This theory sounds good in theory, but in practice, I like to have the homeless involved in the decision making, and I don't see that here. And as Mayor Steinberg very well knows, Governor Newsom does not know the final budget until May revised, so we don't know how much Sacramento or any city's getting.
True.
That tiny home out there, I think was a lot better than one of those big old tents, the sprung tents. And another issue is once you get them into those tents or tiny homes, what is your plan to get them to permanent housing? Well, we have a housing crisis in Sacramento. And you know why a lot of people that are homeless? Because the rent's too high. So I'm going to be speaking later on in a public comment matters not on the agenda on rent control and why our plan is better than the city council's plan.
Next speaker is Bridget Duffy. It's Duffy. Next speaker is Bridget Duffy, then David Guerrero, then Stephen Waters.
Hi. Well, I do want to commend you, actually. I hardly could believe my ears that you're actually going to do something. So I'm really appreciative of that. And I think what would be great for Sacramento students is to watch their government solve this problem. Okay? That would be excellent for school students to watch that. Homelessness is not the problem. Homelessness is a symptom of a problem. In 1999, Bill Clinton overturned the Glass-Steagall Act. What that act did was protect residential housing from high rates of profit. It kept American economy steady and growing for 70 long years, the longest in our history. Okay, once that was overturned, and then the 2008 crisis came along, which we know was pure theft, and it affected people of color and women much more than it affected other people. In 2010 was the first time we saw extremely high rents that we had never seen before. Unreasonable, unjustifiable, and inhumane rents. Okay, this is what has caused what we're dealing with right now, which is a homeless crisis. And we do, as cities, counties, states, own property, own buildings, own lots, and yes, there's tons of money coming towards this issue right now, and there is no reason not to get people off the streets and into shelters that will hopefully become permanent housing. When people who have no homes are called homeless people. Once you put them into homes, they're called neighbors. Okay?
Next speaker is David Guerrero, then Stephen Waters, and then our final speaker is Penray Ogunfimen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My concern is with these conceptual plans. I would like to see that the conceptual plans incorporate, at this point, a plan to integrate the families that are going to be placed in this into the existing communities that surround them. There's a lot of issues as far as bringing families into a new neighborhood, especially children. So my concerns are for the school year, if the kids are going to attend the school, how we're going to provide school supplies, if there's uniforms, field trips, where is the funding going to be for that? Homework, who's going to provide, is going to help them with their homework, and where is that going to occur? And if that's going to occur at the school, how are they going to be transported there and transported back? Modifying existing programs. Youth Parks and Community Engagement has great programs, Tiny Tots, Landscape and Learning, Summer at City Hall, Primetime Teens. How we're going to incorporate the families that we take off the streets into these programs so they can be part of the neighborhood. There's youth programs, baseball, softball, dance, ballet, soccer, academic decathlon. I hope that there's funding available for these programs for once the community is created, that they're not isolated. We want them to be integrated and part of the whole community. And it's just not enough to have just these housings and placing people there. You have to have some sort of plan, I think, at the conceptual level to bring them into the greater community. And then last, I would like to thank Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Ashby for starting the engagement and starting the discussion and coming to South Antonia's Community Center and starting to begin the discussion as to how it's going to affect our districts. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Waters.
There he is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I just wanted to come up for a minute and thank you for the work that you're doing and the support that SHRA is providing. It's been a long time for many of us working on this issue, and to see a varied number of solutions all being attempted with I would say, real support here is very exciting to me. I think that we're going to have an opportunity to see what works best for different populations that we have to serve. And I think we're going to learn a lot in the next couple of years with what we're doing and help a lot of people. I thank those of you that were able to come out today and look at the cabin we have outside. It'll be there tomorrow on display with people to answer questions and talk more about the kind of plans we have from 9 a.m. till about 2 p.m. before we move it away. So I invite you to come see it. I invite everyone in the audience that wants to see it and ask questions to please do so. And again, my thanks to the council and to SHRA for taking these steps. I think it's a great step. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for all you do.
Our final speaker on this item is Penray Ogunfiman.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. I want to appreciate the work that you're doing for providing the leadership in this direction, especially the work that council members like Mr. Allen Warren, Jeff Harris has done, and also the leadership that the mayor himself has provided in the course of this discourse. I'm all for these pallet units as a temporary panacea to this problem of homelessness that we have in the city. And I do know that the thinking of the council is tending towards permanent housing. I'm a room and board operator myself, and within the last 6-7 months, I can tell you that I've pretty much been able to take no less than 20 people off the streets and continue to house them permanently in this regard. Question is, what support would the city be willing to give to small-scale entrepreneurs like myself, who is willing to partner with the city, tending towards this pallet housing model? If I find, for instance, a parcel of land, would the city be willing to provide those pallets where we can house members of the homeless community? Or alternatively, would the city be willing to provide the parcel of land and people like us can actually buy into those small pilots and put them there? So those are two options that I'm asking the city to consider. Also, what about the infrastructure in terms of, electricity, toilet units, bathing units, and all whatnot? Is the city also willing to provide funding in terms of grants to entrepreneurs, small scale like myself? Those are considerations I would like the city to look into. We are willing, we are ready, we are hoping to partner with the city. Again, just for emphasis, if I find a piece of property that I'm willing to invest in, would the city be willing to?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Mr. Ogunmethan, if I pronounced it right, I want to answer your question. You're our last speaker before we turn it over. I want to answer your question. I urge you to come back next week. For next week, we're going to present the template of our Housing Trust Fund proposal through Measure U. And you might have read the paper, I've been public about it, my proposal to set aside 30% of that money for efficiency housing, for lower subsidies than the subsidy that is required for more traditional affordable housing. So we're going to talk about this very question that you raised next week at the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's turn it over to the members of the City Council here, starting with Councilmember Schneer.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple things I want to note here. First of all, I want to thank the redevelopment agency for kind of the work on this, and I think thinking through, this is like a portfolio of homeless challenges and hopeful answers is really important to do. There's no one size fits all, and we can't think of the homeless community as anything but individuals, all of whom have names and lives that we need to support as well as we can. I know that we do need to think about volume if you think about 5,000 folks. And I don't know if we all got briefed on the HMIS dashboard, but one of the hard facts was the number of new folks coming in to the homeless community. So as fast as we can get people into permanent housing, they're being replaced by others. So that's just a very difficult thing to look at, and one that should actually provide more urgency for where we are. I want to thank the mayor. I think the entire $22.5 million is because of you. The private dollars for sure, but also the state dollars wouldn't have happened without your leadership on the 12 or 11 city mayors who've gone in. And I'm hopeful that we can look at least $14 million in state funds on a relatively ongoing basis. So for a number of years, and I feel fairly secure planning with those dollars coming and making our plans pursuant to that. What I've asked for, and so I want to see kind of all of these things fleshed out. I know that there's been a lot of work done on it. I think we have a lot of questions before we can move forward on it, and I assume that that will be the direction. I don't think there's anything on this list that we should not go forward on as far as fleshing out the situation and seeing what we can do with it, what the costs are, what the specific timelines are. There's going to be economies of scale on doing some things. Putting a couple of tent cabins in a church or a synagogue maybe doesn't work economically. I think we got to look at that. I know that we have enough funds out of the $22 million to go probably 1.75 years, more or less. So we need to make some hard decisions on that. Some of that's going to be one-time money. Again, I think we can count on the state funds going forward. I think this is actually exciting that we can actually get after this problem in a big way. And it's nice to hear folks around the state who are starting to take notice of what we're doing, because we're trying to be comprehensive about it. It would have been nice to have both the state and private money years ago, but we didn't. And so had these things come forward a year ago, we couldn't really have had the discussion because there wasn't funding about it. So for those people who might say, well, why didn't you do this 3 years ago or 4 years ago? The resources just weren't there. This is the first opportunity that we've had really outside of our own general fund to do something about it. So I'm excited about this. I don't know what the time frame is, and I guess this is a Lachelle question about fleshing out these pieces and coming back. I'm assuming it's not the 10th. The 10th, we're moving forward with funding on Meadowview and WX next week, right, to go forward on that. But when will we, outside of the mayor's question of how many tent cabins can we get in 35 days, what's the timing on coming back to council with this?
Well, the timing really relates to when will we receive the private money? As you know, we've expended all of the money that the city currently has. So to the extent that we're starting to get the private money start to come in, then we can start to implement these policies.
Right, I'm not talking about implementation, I'm talking about actual, on the planning phase and fleshing out the ideas that we have here, looking for sites so that when implementation dollars do arise, we're ready to go. So
Okay.
what's
Yeah.
that period?
Well, we're working on that now.
Yeah.
So working on getting the sites is the first and most critical thing. So that's where we're having continuous discussions with council members. There are a couple of sites that have been proposed that we are hoping that we'll get a favorable read on. Once we get that information, then we'll be able to come back immediately in January with the first one, which is safe parking.
Okay.
Can I add to that answer just for a moment before you go on to the next thing?
Do I have a choice?
You do have a choice, but no, it was,
No, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, but I think the plan is to get a commitment on the private dollars by the end of the calendar year. And then you've got the HAP money, which, as far as I'm concerned, if it's not in the bank, it is almost it's guaranteed to come to the bank. And so there may be some cash flow options that we can work on with the city manager and the city treasurer to make sure that Lachelle and our homeless services department within the city are not delayed, if you will, by the actual receipt of those dollars.
So that's a cash flow situation.
Yes, it's
and
cash
we have confidence in the city manager. And the
Really?
treasurer, well, on this
Yeah.
issue, yes.
To figure it out.
Well, I think, I might add on to that. So if we get site controls before we receive some of this private money, we will come back in any case to solve for that cash flow issue.
And so I just want to finish with one thing. District 5 has been working on this for quite a while. I mean, we spent a lot of time on the Florence site or the possibility of a Florence site, and now we spend a lot of time on WX and the corridor in doing that. We've had, I don't know, maybe 9 months of community meetings about both these sites and have a lot of unhappy individuals. But I think turning the tide on WX where people are talking about implementation and how do we make this work versus we just don't want it in our neighborhood. What I want to say is, and I'm sure that this is the same for all of my colleagues on the dais, I get more emails and texts and calls on this issue than anything else that we do. Hands down. It's at least double everything else combined. And understandable. And what we've been in a situation is not even being able to answer a lot of these because we don't have the resources to do something about it. I'm really excited about the possibility of being able to say to someone, here's what we're doing and here's when it will be. I mean, and that's a huge difference from feeling like really impotent around answering these questions and being able to do something. And it's been a really hard situation, both for myself and my staff. And I'm sure that a lot of you all have the same situation where there hasn't been an answer. This is a problem that everyone wants solved, but very few people are willing to solve it. And so it's frustrating when we have folks at any level coming up and saying, yes, solve the problem, but not in my backyard. Don't do it near here, don't do it near there. And I think we have to get over that as a city. We have to get over the fact that these are not get over, but we have to understand that these are individuals who have become homeless for lots of reasons. Yes, there are mental health issues. Yes, there are drug addiction issues, but those are things that we can and should deal with. And if we're going to be the city that I think we all want to be, we need to get after this problem in a really big way. We can't put it off, and we have to take some risk. And I think we all have to stand up and say, we're going to do this and move forward with it. And there are no places in the city that are not near residences, that are not near schools, that are not near other folks. These are, and I think the woman said it really well, these become our neighbors. And we need to understand that. And so I'm very willing, to continue to go forward. I want WX as soon as we can. We have 2 other small shelters. We need to, I think, do more for young people. The fact that we have over 400 14 to 24-year-old or 18 to 24-year-olds who are homeless is something that we just can't stomach and abide by. And I know the Meadowview shelter is going to shift over, I hear, to only women. So I think out of these pieces, Lachelle, that you're doing, if you could identify, I know there's some family stuff here, but I think we also have those who are no longer in foster care. That's a huge portion, and the LGBT group of young people who are homeless. Well, those are folks who have the greatest need right now. And so I want to, out of these 5 buckets that you have of different types of shelters, thinking about where we can house some of those young people that so desperately need our help. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chenier. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor and I had an opportunity to speak this afternoon, and I kind of reviewed for him where I came into this game. And at the time, we had these navigators, and the philosophy was housing first, from the federal government, state government, to the local government. Housing first. And when you ask why was that, the response that you got was that even if you put people in shelters, you eventually have to find the housing. So every penny that you spend on a shelter, you are taking money away from the permanent solution to the problem. That's why the housing first philosophy was adopted. And then the good people from First Steps came in, and they showed me a plan for a bunch of cottages around a central building, which would provide showers and food, and you could bring it to scale. But the council didn't adopt it, and it wasn't pushed because we were still under this housing first philosophy, and the philosophy that the county is responsible for social services, and it's the county's job, and they get the money from HUD, and they should address that issue. So our philosophy changed a little when we started opening up winter shelters, because all of us saw that people were freezing, it was raining, and even though this was something that the county should be doing, we felt a moral responsibility to do something. And we opened the winter shelters, and I think we did it several years in a row. Then we decided that we needed something more stable than going into a building that was a storefront, and decided that we would build our own shelter that would be there for an extended period of time. And that's where Railroad Avenue came in. And Railroad Avenue was a shelter that initially housed 200 people, and Come As You Are shelter. There were a lot of issues. In fact, when I went through the Railroad shelter, I was horrified. It didn't look like America. It looked like a third world country that I had been to many times before. People were crowded in, the dogs were barking. There was no privacy. I couldn't understand why we were doing it. Not only that, there were people outside who were selling drugs to the people who were in the shelter. And we had very little tools to enforce that. So when they said a shelter in Meadowview, I said, in a neighborhood, no, that can't happen.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. That can't happen. And especially when it was advertised at that point. First it was a low barrier shelter, and then one day it got changed to a women and children shelter, and the next day it got voted on by the council. Less than 24 hours later, 6 members of this council voted to put children in a shelter, in a low barrier shelter. The shelter that is now being proposed, as I understand it, is not a women and children shelter. It's a women's shelter. So that's the 3rd iteration that this shelter has gone through. And the new shelter design is nothing like the horror show that I saw on Railroad Avenue. And there are promises or speculations that we can get the legal tools that we need to enforce the area around the shelter so we don't have people hanging out. I still haven't seen that. And I haven't seen it with the police saying, yes, we can do it. But that we can actually enforce vagrancy, drug deals, people screaming outside the shelter and things like that, which makes it all the more palatable. That it's not going to be a repeat of, and Jeff, and I know some of the council members put a lot of energy in the railroad, and I'm not trying to disparage you, but it was done very quickly. And the results, I don't think, were what any of us wanted. And I don't think you were even satisfied with it. So here we are, doing a function that we weren't really planning to do, not in our charter, had no core expertise, no core competency in it other than our SHRA director. And she was pretty much out of the picture because this thing was being led from the council. So I got some questions for you, Lachelle. We've had Capitol Park Hotel open for how many months?
It opened at the beginning of September. I think it was September 4th, September 3rd or September 4th.
September. So the speculation is that with our new emphasis, unlike what we did at Railroad, we are now preparing to move people through these shelters at a 4 to 6 months clip, not into another shelter, but into permanent housing.
That is correct.
Are we on pace to do that? And these are the most able homeless folks that we have.
Well, I'm not sure if I would characterize them as the most able because we are pulling from homeless individuals who are in the downtown core. So we are seeing people who have your typical issues that you would see with most homeless individuals, but we are starting to move them into permanent housing solutions. You know, we haven't had a full 4 months to see exactly the total number, but yes, we are working on the rehousing component of it.
So good. If we can move people through in 4 months or so.
4 to 6.
4 to 6 months. We have approximately 400 women who are homeless, according to the last count.
That is correct.
If we have a women's shelter at Meadowview, then, and 100 beds are in that shelter, we should be able to move all of those women through in a year and a half
That would be the goal.
into permanent housing.
The goal is to always move them to permanent housing.
So then there would not be a need for that shelter after that for women.
Is that a question or a
Assuming
statement?
no more people move in. So I am not totally against a Meadowview shelter for women, provided that we can do the things that will make it not a negative impact on the community. And the designs that I've seen go a long way towards that, with the security that's being promised, with the control of the site that's being promised, and with what our city attorney and the city police will be able to tell me that we can put a perimeter around that shelter to negate any negative activity that might be occurring there. So, but what I would need some assurance from the council is, how long? How long would this shelter be open? And two, is there a way to turn this lemon into lemonade by using the footprint of the shelter to expand the Pinnell Center, which is already overbooked every single day?
Want me to answer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I know we are voting on the Meadowview contract and the WX contracts next week, but this is part of the presentation tonight because it is part of the plan, so I think it is appropriate. So Councilmember Carr, first of all, great respect for you always and the way you fight for your district, and know how hard this has been and continues to be. It's been hard for me too. And yet I want to say I appreciate in your comments tonight that you are working very hard to try to get there. And you have asked me privately, and I asked me publicly, am I open to the idea of transitioning the women's shelter in Meadowview to a career development workforce resource center in a couple of years? And the answer is yes. I said to you honestly that I didn't want to make some sort of ironclad time, absolute time frame, because I wouldn't want to say something tonight out of convenience just to get you or get your vote and then not be able to fulfill that, especially since you're not running again for office. But I want to say to you publicly, the idea here is not to have any of these facilities permanently. The idea is to create a continuum of care where we move people through into permanent housing. We have a real prevention strategy, as Jay Chenier alluded to a moment ago, so that we are stopping the inflow of people becoming homeless. I don't know how long that will take, but in 2-3 years, I would, in good faith, work with your successor and who's ever on this council to try to transition this into a different kind of community function, of course.
And this wouldn't be, and this wouldn't be turned in at any time into a all-comers, low-barrier shelter?
No, that I guarantee you, because that would go against the promise that was made that got us here. No, I would not do that.
Well, I mean, 100 beds, you could move them through in 4 to 6 months. All the women will be housed somewhere.
Hey, you're stealing my language there. That's
So it could happen even quicker than that. I just have a couple more questions for Michelle. So, yeah, Jay, it was not in my backyard, not what I saw on Railroad Avenue. No way, and we can come to some kind of resolution on this. It saves me from picketing when the trucks show up and when the diggers show up. I don't want to do that, galvanize the community to try to set up picket lines and stuff, but I won't let Railroad Avenue happen in Meadowview. It just won't happen. And if we get 6 people voting for it, it still won't happen. But the design that I saw is not Railroad Avenue. And the plan that I saw is not Railroad Avenue. And all my objections to it were based on that, what I saw. And I was horrified. But let me ask you a couple of questions, Lachelle, since we're here to give you guidance. Is it possible to expand the scatter sites to all the districts?
Absolutely.
What's keeping us from doing that?
There's nothing that would prohibit us from.
I can't really hear you.
I'm sorry. There's nothing that would prohibit us from doing that.
Well, since that's the fastest and the cheapest thing to do, what will it take for you to be able to pursue that?
Initially, we were looking at Districts 1 and District 8, but since that time, I've had an opportunity to talk to other council members who are also interested in having the scattered site model in their district. So I think we really need to look just throughout the city. Wherever we can find there are units available and landlords who are willing to participate. I don't think it should be restricted by district.
Okay, so you don't need any additional guidance from us to start looking everywhere. What about I guess the top of the list were the people who are living in cars and safe parking spaces. Do we have any idea how many people that might be, and whether or not we need additional safe parking spaces? Because that's number 1 and 2 on your list.
Yes, they're number 1 on our list because of the ability to do that quickly without a lot of infrastructure. But we really were doing it on a pilot basis of about 20 cars. So that's really why it's at the top of our list. And
We think our need is larger than that?
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Hard to tell?
I didn't hear your
Do you think our need is larger than what we have currently looking at?
I think it is hard to tell, and that's why we wanted to start with the pilot and see what that demand was. And if we are getting a good response in demand, then we could expand it. It's hard to say,
I think in the point-in-time count, if I'm not mistaken, it was like 200 families living in their cars in Sacramento.
Yeah.
So
I
we're
think it was
talking
some-
about 10% here. We need to do more, and we need to do better.
Yeah, and I think what we've seen from other jurisdictions is where they're located is critical in terms of how people access those particular safe parking lots. So it'll give us a chance to really do our first, kind of entry into this and see how we can expand it.
So what do we need to do to identify additional sites to take care of this 200 need that we only have 40 cars that we can fulfill? Do you need us to identify sites, or?
Well, I am getting information from council members about additional sites, but to the extent that there's anyone who is interested in working with us, I would encourage them to contact us immediately.
So that was a call out I heard,
Yes, it was.
that anyone with sites for cars. I know the one we gave you with Jackie Rose is in Jay's district, just across the street, but that's a perfect site because they're already providing the services, and that'll be an entree into the system. So with that said, I will continue to work with you, Mayor, and work with our city attorney. A lot depends on, for me, a lot depends on how we do this, if we actually do what we say we're going to do. And also, I'm depending on some guarantee from you and the other council members that once the need for a women's shelter has been exhausted, that we will turn this into a resource for the city.
Yep.
I know I won't be here, but I know where you guys live.
Very good.
Also,
Yes, Jay?
Just really quickly,
on that.
Michelle, I think it would be really helpful, as we are asking people for help, if we could identify kind of some of the characteristics, both for the parking lots, like how big does it need to be, close to utilities, things like that, also on the scattered sites, and get that up on our city's webpage or somewhere so we can get that information out. So, one, you're not flooded with calls of things that won't work, but that people who do want to help can do that in an informed basis.
Absolutely. I think it's a great idea to put it on the website. Also, Councilmember Carr, in terms of the number of people who actually have been permanently rehoused from Capitol Park Hotel to date, 26 guests have actually been rehoused.
And let the record reflect, Councilmember Carr, not going to be argumentative here because it's been good, but in terms of your characterization of Railroad Avenue, there were a lot of people who were permanently housed out of Railroad Avenue and who were brought off the street. So it's I understand that it was our first time out, but it wasn't. I disagree respectfully with your characterization of that experience, but that's okay.
It was a learning experience.
Yeah, it was a good learning experience, and we helped a lot of people along the way too. Okay, not to relitigate old issues. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, big issue, a lot of challenges. You run into, I think some of the issues we've heard about placement of facilities, Councilman Carr being very concerned. We heard some constituents as well express concern about where these sites go. But in addition to the concerns about where they go, I think we have to really be efficient with our resources. And I think we've heard the mayor talk about different ways in which the state and other agencies can support what we're doing here, and yet we still have a very limited pot of money to work with. And so we have to be efficient, and with that, I've probably been one of the more supportive council people about establishing something along the lines of a safe ground. And I believe that that is something that, I've been talking about it for 4 or 5 years, and the numbers for homelessness in our region are constantly going up. And I think there's a way to factor that into as one of the options for us in terms of getting people sheltered right away and then being able to triage them. Ultimately, we still need housing. Councilman Carr and all of us believe, and the agency and all of us know that we have to have more housing units, and we need more affordable units. And so with that being said, I would like to, I believe is a school board member Sandoval still here? If she is, would you come up to the mic, please? And so we heard earlier about sites that are concerns to different constituents, but I want to talk about a site that is actually in my council district, but it is at the, it'd be at the direction of the school board as to whether one of your sites that you have established as reserve or excess property that can be disposed of, sold, or leased. My understanding as well is that it has been clear of environmental issues, and that's the old Johnston School site.
Yes.
And I would like to know what your thoughts are relative to that site, approximately 8 acres. We've done some analysis of it. Steve Waters, I'm not sure if he's still here, but he was here earlier. Oh, Steve is in the back. There was a plan that was talked about in the local media, and we've got a lot of feedback from that particular site. And I wanted to know if you've had a chance to really think about that as a potential site for the kind of plan that we have and would be proposing.
The plan that you have proposed for that site?
Yes, have you seen it?
Yes. Okay, Councilman Warren, why I came here tonight is because I am trustee of Area 2. And I came to express my concerns where that is located. We were supportive. Railroad Avenue is in District 3, it was in District 3,
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Lampasas site,
the land passes.
the old
Okay.
Johnston School
Well,
site.
well, then
that
let- then let me
that
put
we
it this way.
proposed.
I'm okay with the old land passes because it's not at the entrance of the commercial corridor to another avenue.
Okay.
I don't think it's being trying to be sold the way that the site is on Northgate Boulevard. I mean, some people are thinking it's affordable housing and it's going to be a kind thing to do. I don't see it that way.
Do you think if Jeff and I work together on the Lampasas site, that's a more appropriate site for the types of housing options that we were considering for the homeless? And if you're not familiar, I can get you the stuff tomorrow, so I don't want you just to be uninformed, because would be a big deal. It would be an investment from the city, a substantial investment, and yet it would be I believe, a more comprehensive and effective and efficient way to use city resources in providing solutions for homelessness. And they had multiple layers and options for housing, and Steve Waters could actually walk you through it, and I'd be happy to go through it, because at some point, I'm hopeful that the city will be prepared, or SHRA will be prepared to make an offer on the site.
On the Lampasas site.
On the Lampasas site. And if not, then I also I know private people that have approached me since they saw the article and said, hey, we would be happy to help as well, help make this happen. And I'm talking about philanthropic people that want to, try to help with this issue. So my thought is that you being a board member and the fact that you happen to be here tonight, I would just ask you, because I know that there has been some discussion about it, and wanted to get your feedback relative to that particular site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to say a few things. That I know the site that you have would have been Tent City.
No.
Is that right?
It's multiple layers of housing.
Okay.
So it'd be traditional single-family. It would be some structures like Councilman Hanson had proposed as well, they're temporary, but they're actual structures. Then also Sacramento Steps Forward had structures out. In fact, I think they're still outside now. Steve might be able to show it to you. And then they would have a tent component, but it would be temporary.
Okay, then I'm okay with that.
It would be temporary, and it would be designed to take up to 200 people every 8 months and to transition them through, the triage process, and then ultimately into different levels of housing, hopefully get them into permanent housing within that 8-month period.
Okay, I would really like to look at that, talk with you about that more.
Okay.
I do want people to realize our school district has 2,000 homeless children. And we do provide breakfast and lunch for those children. We do know that on the weekends, they go home with nothing. We have teachers that are sending them home with provisions for the weekend. And when I came here tonight and talked about a homeless shelter across from the school, hey, if it would be permanent houses and there were heaters and there were toilets and all of that, but I'm not comfortable when it's going to look like a compound, when the mother has to go out in the middle of the night and take her babies, and there are children from 1 to 18 there to have to do their toileting. We know what could happen. So I would like to take a look where all of those things are taken into consideration. Yeah.
Okay, well, so I wanted to just make sure that I was at least expressing to you that there may be an alternate site. I mean, Councilman Harris obviously represents that district, and I represent District 2, and we've identified a site that we believe is very suitable for the types of things we're talking about. And it's very close, actually, to Councilman Harris's
It
site.
is, and a lot of the children that would go to that site, they go to Garden Valley
Sure.
as well.
And so it
And
may
we
be an
provide
opportunity.
transportation.
Yeah, it may be an opportunity. Okay.
With our 17 electric buses, the largest fleet in the country.
Rebecca.
Mhm.
Got a lot of. Okay.
We should have put the timer on, I think.
All right.
That whole interaction is a direct violation of parliamentary procedure.
Yeah.
Shame on you, Mr. Steinberg, as the chair, for letting that happen.
Excuse me, sir.
So
one more outburst, and I'm going to ask you to leave. I haven't had to do that in a long time, but that's inappropriate, and I'm asking you not to do it again. If you do, you're going to leave. That's parliamentary procedure.
I wanted to, Mr. Mayor, just ask a question for the city manager. If, I'd like to give direction, and I know, Mr. Mayor, you and I spoke about this site to find out where we are in the process, and if the city manager needs any direction from me, I wanted to encourage.
We're working on it, and we've talked to the superintendent at Twin Rivers, and we're trying to connect with the PG&E folks to see whether or not the site is environmentally appropriate and whether or not we can get it. So we're working on it. We'll work with you. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing I'd like to do is thank Lachelle for bringing this back. And actually, the proposal that we have in front of us is a good one. It's flexible. It's basically a lot about site control. It's partly about product. It's a lot about who we can get to operate any particular shelter, because that has an awful lot to do with the outcomes. Larry, I'd like to say that if you ever come up short with money, I'll build you a shelter in my backyard. The railroad shelter has actually been disparaged pretty heavily tonight, and I'm not happy about it, but I'm not going to be vindictive about it. But the fact of the matter is, it provided respite from the elements for more than 600 people and sheltered 264 into a permanent house condition, into a stably housed condition. Those are big numbers when you're talking about getting people off the street. An awful lot of good happened there. Dave Chapman, who's become a friend of mine, is housed at Quinn Cottages. He had lived on the American River Parkway for 38 years. I mean, an awful lot of good came out of that shelter. Did it look real nice and tidy? No, it didn't. Did we learn a lot? We did. Did we have the controls in place that we are reaching for now, both legally and just operationally? No. Somebody had to start the first shelter, Larry, and I did. I took that leap and put that thing in my district because we had an urgent need to get people indoors, out of the elements during the winter months. We found that trying to house 200 people in a warehouse was not the best way to do it, but we wouldn't know that unless we had tried. And that's the long and the short of it. Now we know what to do. Why do you think sprung tent shelters and that nice plan that we have for a shelter in Meadowview evolved? It's because of what we learned at Railroad. So I'm going to leave it there, but an awful lot of good happened. And what it means is that moving forward, we know an awful lot more about managing shelter. It's already manifesting at Capitol Park. and Volunteers of America, in coordination with SHRA, is doing a great job dealing with a difficult population and getting people into housing, but also dealing with their issues. You know, the Housing First works for a very small percent of the population, people who don't have a plethora of issues to deal with. And at Railroad, we found people with deep medical problems, deep psychological problems, deep addictions. You know, they had identity issues and monetary issues. There were so many barriers to them being successful in housing that if you tried Housing First, they'd bounce out in the first 2 weeks, and it would have all been for naught. You know, this intermediary step of transitional housing is actually what's needed for the bulk of the people who live on the street. Additionally, there's the drug problem. Methamphetamines is another thing we learned at Railroad. 55% of the people who came there were addicted to methamphetamines. Well, that tells me that if we're going to get on top of this housing crisis, we have to focus on that particular problem. That's a whole different issue and requires a different skill set and a different pot of money to deal with. But I'm certainly working in that regard moving forward. First Step Communities has a great model that I think that we should try. Councilmember Warren agrees with me. It doesn't matter if we do it on Lampasas or if we do it on Northgate. If it's run well, it will be a benefit to children. I mean, you have to compare this to what the children are experiencing now. They're living in alleys. They're living on the street. They have no warmth. They're scrambling for food, and they're not going to school. Putting a shelter with children next to a school is actually a great idea because they have access to the facilities. Run well, this could be a benefit for the community. Will it happen, and are we deciding this tonight? No, we're not. We're talking about possibilities and possible funding sources. I would say, certainly, that at the community meeting that Councilwoman Ashby and I attended, when I presented the idea of the First Step community on Northgate, it was well received. I would say most of the people there thought it was a great idea. To David Guerrero's issues about whether we could integrate these kids into the community, that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to create stability for children and get them off the street and have them actually participate in a community situation and get them into a state of normalcy where they do things like kick a soccer ball and play games with other children. These are all things that we can achieve. I know that the word shelter installs fear in a lot of people. I've seen it many times in many community meetings, at Larry's, at Jay's. You know, when you say shelter, people are fearful. The alternative is that we do nothing for the population on the street and they languish in poverty, and those children, every day they stay out on the street is a black mark on their potential prosperity in their future. Every single minute makes a difference for a child being raised on the street, for them to be successful as they grow up. I mean, breaking out of that cycle of poverty is very difficult. And the efforts that we take, whether you agree with them or not, we can make a difference. And this council has shown that we have a will to move forward with these programs. Some will work better than others, some will be close to perfect, and some will be very imperfect. But you can't deny the fact that if we don't do this work, a lot of people are going to suffer, and we will see an increase in the population on the streets. And we will deal with the impacts of that population on the streets. So, again, I'm really actually proud of the work that the council is doing, and if we end up doing a First Step community on Lampasas, I'll be right there with my hammer and putting my elbow grease in it and working with Councilmember Warren. If it works out that it's more amenable or more possible on Northgate, then I'll put my whole heart and full effort into that. If it's pallet shelters for just outdoor emergency shelter, I would like to do that, and I'm searching for a site. But, you know, there's no turning back on this. We have to be unified and just move forward. I'm excited for Alhambra X. I'm excited for Meadowview. And I told you, Larry, at this dais, that if we didn't manage it well, that if we couldn't control the issues that did arise at Railroad and cause blight to Meadowview, then bets are off. We're out of the game. You know, yours is a make it or break it shelter, quite honestly. If we don't manage that thing impeccably, we can't show the community that we're doing the right thing. You know, that's my promise to you. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And you would have every justification to say, you know, we've got to stop this. You're harming my community. But I firmly believe that we can show you that we cause good in your community. Or I would never have taken that vote to place something in your district against your will. That was a real tough vote to take. It really was. But we've got to do a lot more than we're doing, and we've already had successes. Believe it or not, we had great successes at Railroad, and we're already having great successes at Capitol Park. You know, you could say that I'm looking at it glass half full. Maybe I am, but, you know, I've spent a lot of hours in that shelter talking to people. You know, when a woman went crying out of the shelter because she was getting permanent housing, that made a difference to me. I saw that many times coming out of Railroad. I saw an awful lot of change in a lot of people's lives. And when you take it down to that personal level, it's incredibly powerful and meaningful. We weren't successful with 60% of the people there. In fact, the efficacy was about 37%. It turns out that that correlated directly with who was addicted and who wasn't. You know, and you and I have agreed on one thing, that higher barrier is not a bad thing. Not all shelters should be low barrier. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind about that. There are people on the street who can be helped much more easily with a lot less mess, and we need to pay attention to that. But the other side of that is drug addiction, and that's something that we really need to focus on, because people who are addicted may use shelter for respite from the elements and for an easy meal and a little bit of safety, but they're still drug addicts, and they still have that problem. And quite frankly, methamphetamines can't be dealt with on a voluntary basis. It's going to take mandatory detox. So those are my feelings for now. I appreciate, you know, all of this discussion. We've had it actually several times now. But, you know, kudos to the mayor to try to bring $8.5 million to the table. Thank you. Really, thank you. And, you know, to staff, to Emily, who chase after HEAP and HAP money and build these programs, Chris Conlon, and, you know, the whole crew who works so hard to make these shelters become a reality. This is not easy work. It's really, really difficult work. So again, kudos to SHRA. Thank you for partnering with us. And let's move this ball forward as soon as we can.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you so much.
Point of personal privilege, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I was addressed. I was called out. I'd like to respond.
Okay.
And
Briefly.
It won't be long.
Briefly.
Jeff, I know you work really hard on Railroad, and all of us know that. I know it was our first attempt at doing something like that. I recognize that there were going to be issues. However, the plan for security, which was a big problem, was only talked about 3 weeks after it was proposed that we have a shelter. The design of the shelter, I just saw last week. So I didn't know that there were mechanisms that could be put in place because they hadn't been put in place when the shelter was first proposed. So now that I have seen, though, if that come out first, that here's the kind of plan we have, here's the kind of security that we can do, here's how we can mitigate the negative impacts that we saw on Railroad, I may have had a different response. But I went from Railroad to looking at all the negative stuff that happened to, hey, you're going to put this right in next to a swimming pool where the kids are going? I didn't like it. So that's where I was.
Can I? Yeah. Yeah. No, you know, I'm just glad we're where we're at now, together, united, on our way. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I just want to point out that this is really important. This item's not on for a vote tonight, but probably more important than a vote is us giving direction and sort of all singing from the same song sheet for probably the first time in 2.5 years on all homeless issues. And some of us, you know, me included, have real heartburn still about a few of the things that are hanging on there. And it's like you have to be able to let go of some of it to be able to address the pieces that you really want to do. I asked Lachelle to help me put together the 5-point plan, which is now obviously about a 7 or whatever, 10-point plan or whatever it is now. But I did that because I heard Jeff have several good ideas. I heard Alan have good ideas. I heard Rick and Larry have good ideas, and I thought I had a decent idea, and I felt they needed to be fleshed out by an expert. I clearly am not that expert, and I knew Lachelle was. So my strategy here was to try to help the mayor with his initiative, his key initiative, the main thing he wants to do, help homeless people, right? He wants to make a big difference there. And I thought if I could just get us some more details, that we would stop talking about whether we like or don't like Railroad, or we like or we don't like Meadowview, and instead try to prioritize a diversity of potential approaches. And, you know, Councilmember Chenier's first question out of the gate was about site control and timelines, and that's the beauty of this. Lachelle has come up with at least 2 scatter site models, which started in my district, and I am grateful that other council members want to try that too. I think it's fantastic. It'll be wonderful. The more we all do it, the more people will be able to help. But the site control for that one is much easier, and so it happens faster, which is part of the mayor's charge here. And the parking lot, which was Rick's idea, but might actually get implemented in Jay's district first just because we have better site control. But I'm sure will happen in Rick's district too. Came forward because of Rick, but might get implemented in 5, but is happening because Lachelle figured out how to pencil it out and brought us back numbers. And it's number 1 on the list. Rick, your idea, number 1. Because it's the one we can get done the fastest, it helps a significant number of people, and site control is probably easier than some of the other things. So do I think whatever site we pick will into perpetuity be a parking lot for homeless people? I hope not. I hope everything that we do here leads us to more solutions like Jeff's solution, which is a motel conversion, which is more of a, you know, more of what we all feel comfortable with, more of what we've done with Capitol Park and where Capitol Park is on a trajectory to be. A place where people eventually, they receive more of a permanent housing strategy. We all are more comfortable with that. But we also have a magnitude of a problem right now that we're gonna have to do some things that are uncomfortable to get to a space where we're, you know, feeling like we're providing everything we need for these families. And you may be bored with the conversation. We've been talking about it for 4 years, and it's so magnificent that we are where we are today. It's a Herculean effort to get here. And Lachelle being in the lead seat right there with the mayor is why we're here. The 2 of you and that relationship between the 2 of you, that's how we're gonna find our way. That's how Sacramento is gonna lead the rest of the country on this issue. That's how the mayor's gonna achieve his goal here, his tenacity and ability to go raise money and doggedly push all of us and ask questions like, can I have it yesterday? That coupled with what you know how to do and only you know how to do, Lachelle, and all of us working as hard as we can, bringing forward ideas and locations and sites and trying to be, you know, a good team. That's how we get there, and that's how other cities come and visit us and ask us, how'd you get there? How'd you do it? And Councilmember Carr, a big part of the impetus for me to bring forward the 5-point plan was the day of the Meadowview shelter. I hated it. I hated that vote for tons of reasons that don't need to be revisited. But I'm so happy and so proud to hear you say what you said tonight. First of all, I'm glad it's a women's only shelter. To me, that was really important. So I'm very happy with that. Also, the idea that it just be there, we want it to be short. We should all want it to be short term. We should want to get people out of, you know, in beds in a large shelter and into the scatter sites. The scatter sites should go on for a long, long time. And more permanent housing, that should be the goal. And I can't wait. You don't have as much time left here as I do, right? I have, 3.5 years left on my term. And I hope before I leave this seat, I get to go out there and be a part of a grand opening that is a workforce development center that attaches to that Meadowview. And you have my commitment that as long as I'm sitting in this seat, I will keep pushing for that at the Meadowview site. As soon as the mayor can achieve the goal he needs to achieve to get those women off of the streets and into better housing, absolutely yes, we extend the Meadowview Community Center, the Pinnell Community Center, and we do exactly what you've talked about here. I think that is a really good goal for all of us. I doubt anybody would think differently, because that should be where we're headed. That's where we all want to get to. I have one piece of, the hardest piece for me to let go of is funding Meadowview and funding Alhambra for build-out without having the dollars in our hands for running them. I know that we'll probably get the money. I feel pretty sure too. That's a hard one for me. Just for me personally, it doesn't have anything to do with where they are or what they're doing. But spending $8 million to build them without having the money in the bank to run them is a tough hill for me. That vote is next week, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get there for you, Mayor. I think we should do those two shelters as they are defined right now. I'm having a really hard time with how to vote on it without having the operations money in hand. So maybe there'll be some more clarity on that before next Tuesday. But for now, I'm very proud, Lachelle, of the list you've put together and the direction from me. And I think I'm number 2 on your list, and my district is number 2 on your list. Let's go. Let's do it. I think I'm number 1 or number 2 in order for being able to bring those solutions through a portion of my district. I can't wait. Let's do it. And Mayor, thanks for pushing us, and thanks for letting us kind of do it our own way and letting everybody flesh out their strategies and be individual. And our districts have different things to offer, right? I have those 12 low-income inclusionary apartments, so that's really helpful for me in what I can offer. And I have great schools and open parks and things for kids, and I feel like I can really offer something to this dialogue. So thank you for letting me define what that could be to best help contribute, 1/8 back to this solution. So I'm excited for this. I think we've landed in a really positive spot.
I do too. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ashby. Vice Mayor Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to start off with some thank yous. Particularly to you, Mr. Mayor, for putting up a strong challenge and staying forward with it, and also to your staff and our city staff and SHRA staff for a lot of the time and hours spent on this. I want to thank Councilmember Harris before he steps out here, because I do think he deserves a lot of credit. I think he said it best. He took an immediate risk on something that we've all learned significantly about. And by him doing that, we're all going in the right direction. And I think that deserves some great significant recognition. So thank you, Councilmember Harris, for that. I also want to thank all those folks who've been working on the issues of helping our families and individuals experiencing homeless in my own council district. Mercy Housing, which started off with a project on Stockton Boulevard, an old motel that was quite a problem. It was an area of drug sales, crime, shooting, prostitution, and now it's permanent supportive housing. The motel model is something that's not new to our district. And even though it was controversial at the time, it was Mercy Housing that pushed that issue forward, making sure that we could look at motel conversions to help out the homeless. And now, because of it, it's actually one of the brighter spots on the boulevard. I also want to thank Sacramento Self-Help Housing, and particularly a constituent of mine, Patty Upplinger, who in our own council district, they've been working on scattered sites already. And it's been one of those things that, that they haven't waited for this council to act. We've already been doing scattered sites in Council District 6, and we're looking to do more of those. And so I want to thank them for also not wanting to be, a barrier to this. We're just going to keep moving forward and try to help those individuals that are experiencing homelessness. I do have some questions, though, for Lachelle and SHRA on the scattered site model, because you briefed me yesterday, and it was the first time that this staff report was had a draft. And here's my concern. What will be SHRA's policy or practice? Because I think you're using a different contractor other than Sacramento Self-Housing. One that I'm not very familiar with. It sounds like that you may do a single source contract for this. What will SHRA do to make sure that we don't displace current renters? Because if we're going out there and working with landlords, how are we making sure that we don't displace somebody who already is in need of housing at that point?
So we would be working with those apartment owners who have vacant units, and that's going to be due to turnover. So, and at any given time, there's always some percentage of units that are turning over and are vacant. And so what we're trying to do is create incentives so that they will use this program and really work with us to put homeless individuals into those units.
And to that point, I mean, there are other families who are on a waiting list for some of the support that SHRA does. How do you prioritize whether a family who is in some kind of a supportive program or a voucher program that's looking for a place and someone from the scattered side? How are you going to set those priorities of who gets access to a vacant spot?
Well, in terms of the actual priority, that's determined by the landlord. So the landlord will determine their participation in the program, if it's their market rate units, which is really what our preference would be, is that they are market rate units that are used for this. If there are other units that have restrictions, they have to follow those same guidelines. So they can't displace people based on the fact that, let's say it's a tax credit unit, and they must take people from their list.
Well, thank you, Lachelle. Mr. Mayor, I think, this item is asking for direction here. And so one of my concerns, which, because I know Sacramento Self-Help Housing, they've worked here in our city for a long time, and they have a process. But as far as direction, I want to make sure that we're not creating a quote-unquote shell game with folks who need places to live. And I don't want to make sure we're not displacing a family that's in one of our waiting lists or programs for a person that needs help. At the end of the day, the goal is more beds, more spaces for folks. So I want to make sure that as we move forward on the scattered site model, whatever you do on the RFP, that's a guiding component. When we started off on this conversation, we asked our city auditor to look at all our surplus land throughout the city and to look at also vacant spaces. And, one of the surprising things that came out about it was that we have very little surplus land. In fact, we sold a lot of it off during the recession. One particular lot on Fair Oaks and Howe that's become a problem eyesore, but that's for another conversation. But we sold most of our public land, and now there are council districts like Councilmember Jennings and I, which have very little, if any, public land, and the land that is available are remnant properties, basically right-of-way extensions from road expansions or construction. Nothing that you could ever put even one of the pallet homes on. So that's made it a challenge for us. And so I want to thank Councilmember Jennings for bringing the idea of a parking lot option. And the day he brought it up on the dais, interestingly enough, the day before, we had been talking about that option with some of our community partners and expressed my support for him. So I want to thank Councilmember Jennings for being innovative and bringing that forward as saying, hey, we need to prioritize this as a tool for folks who are experiencing it. I want to thank a constituent from Councilmember Harris's district who has been supporting folks who've been living in their cars, and they go out and do odd jobs trying to make ends meet and doing their part, but don't have a safe place where they can park while they're trying to find housing. They can't make as much money to pay the current rent, and so they're trying to do as much as they can to get to that point. And all they're looking for is a place in the meantime while they get their footing back on. So one of the things that I think came out of that conversation is a great meeting with some of my community leaders. Some of the leaders from the Avondale Glen Elder, from the Fruit Ridge Neighborhood Association, from Colonial Manor, the communities that live around the Power Inn Road and Fruit Ridge Corridor, who thought this idea was a great idea. The only concern that they had was how, how to best manage it. And I thank you, thank you, Lachelle, for bringing up some points there. And I also want to thank Dennis and Councilmember Jennings' office because he did a good amount of research on this, and Emily. The goal of the parking lot option should be the same, which is to get folks into housing, to get folks rehoused as well. It's just a safer place. It's another place for them to be in a safe spot while we get to wraparound services. So I want to make sure that 1.1 million that you've identified here, the goal is for wraparound services and for helping those folks experiencing homelessness get into rehousing. Is that correct, Lachelle?
Yes, there is case management funds in that program, which Councilmember Jennings, in my meetings with him, was adamant that any program for a parking lot had to include services.
And I would agree with him as well on that. Here's one thing, Mr. Mayor, that I would like to give direction to do, and that is to change that number from 1.1, and I know you're the one who's raising this money, so that's why I'm asking you, is to change it to 1.3 so that the communities, whether it's a business improvement district, an organization in there, a community association, or whoever is managing in that area, can have resources to help address it. It is a pilot program, just like Railroad was a pilot program, and we supported that community with some additional resources to mitigate any potential issues that may happen in the peripheral. I want to see if we can make sure that we go from 1.1 to 1.3 so that we have the 1.1 for the wraparound services, for any immediate things on the parking lot property, but that we have some money set aside just for any maybe issues that we may have.
Yeah.
We don't know what they are because we'd be trying out the first. So if you don't have any objection to that, that's one thing I'd like to push on that. The business leaders that I've spoken with have a few sites in mind, and I think that's still a conversation, and I hope to sit down with Lachelle and see if they actually can function, because I think there are some restrictions that make it functional, and I do think the 20 to 30 vehicles is probably, at the max of where we want to do a pilot program to make sure that we're meeting that number. The other thing I wanted to also bring about is the issue of permanent supportive housing. And we're focusing right now on something immediate, and I hope that we can do in District 6 something quick, something like safe parking lots. If scattered sites with this new, what's the name of the contractor you guys may be using for scattered sites? Lachelle?
Life Steps.
Life Steps. With Life Steps, encourage them to look in District 6 as an opportunity for scattered sites. But the bigger issue, the long-term issue, I think, is also finding permanent supportive housing, making sure that we're looking at reducing the cost of construction for permanent supportive housing. And I want to thank the mayor for going with me tomorrow to look at a modular housing, manufacturing, to build more multifamily housing. Because I think we have to figure out new models, better ways to build affordable housing and permanent supportive housing in that area. Last but not least, I just want to again thank the mayor and his staff and all the staff that have been doing this, because while we have ideas and goals that we want to push on the day-to-day, they're the ones who are doing it. Mr. City Manager, thank you for all your staff, and Lachelle, thank you for all your staff who are doing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a lot has been said tonight, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm glad we're taking the time to have this conversation, and it's good to hear that we're all on the same page, moving in the same direction. I've been given a lot of credit about the parking lot, the safe parking lot idea, and sometimes when you're looking for solutions to a problem like homelessness, you have to count on people closest to you to help you with ideas and thoughts. Can we get that young man some? Okay, you got it? Okay. Oh, yeah. But we got to look for people who are thinking like we're thinking of how do we solve this problem. And I just want to give a shout out to Bob Erlenbush, who's in the back of the room. And Bob was the first one that came to me with the whole concept of the safe parking lot idea. And I just want to thank him for that. I also want to thank the mayor for his vision and his sense of urgency. I sat there and looked at a great plan, Lachelle, that you and your team put together. I mean, a great plan, incredible plan. And the mayor looked at the plan and then he pushed you to a whole nother level and he said, can you do this by this date? And he was just pushing you because he saw how great of a plan it was. And he was saying, if she can give me this, can I get a little bit more? And I saw him do that. That's one of the things we used to do in sales when I worked at Xerox Corporation. We would always push to the next level to see if people would do that. But Mayor, I appreciate your vision and your sense of urgency. And we do have to have a sense of urgency, especially right now, because winter is here. It's not coming, winter is here. And if you drive through the streets on any given night and you look at the people who are on the street, they are not protected by the elements. And so I just want to kind of put on the table another strategy in addition to the ones that are on the table, if it's possible to implement it. And I've seen us do it in the past, but we've talked about warming centers. And I think at some point in time, as the weather continues to get to the colder and colder, we got to look at some warming centers to see if that allows us to get to the people who we're trying to serve and then get them into the strategies, the 7 strategies that we have on the sheet of paper in that great plan that you put together. The parking lot, the scattered sites, the cabins, the Meadowview site, the motel pre-development, Broadway Alhambra site, and also the cabins. So, you know, I just want to put that on the table.
Can I pick up on that for a minute?
Please do, please.
Yeah, I mean, you stole my line, and I'm glad you did, because it was actually going to be my follow-up and last question, because it comes around. I'm very pleased tonight, very pleased. SHRA, Lachelle, you and your entire staff, and Emily Halkin and you and your staff, and the city on the city management side. I think this is a combination of strategies here that is actually going to propel us forward in the near term. But everything takes too darn long, just the way it is. And we do have this winter. And I'm really glad you raised the warming center issue, because we've had Chris Conlon and the manager do a little bit of costing. It's about $3,000 a night. Okay. Could we afford $90,000 and, you know, take the coldest month of winter, even 2 months of winter, and have a warming center for 40 people? Can we do that in addition to the potential of piloting some of the efficiency homes, if we can gain site control through the leadership of one or more of our council members in the very near term? I'd really like us to look at that, because, and I hope it's not asking too much. It's asking a lot, I know, but these are people, and they shouldn't have to go the entire winter, right? We have the potential to save lives here, and certainly to help poor souls here who want to come in. We're not necessarily talking about some of the tougher folks that Jeff Harris spoke about earlier, but they're entitled too. But God, whoever we can get in, let's get them in now. And so I'd like us to look at that, and if it's possible to come back, and even next week to give Howard, Emily, Lachelle, whatever emergency authority they need to spend up to a couple $100,000 to do some things, because we're not meeting after December 10th until the first week of January, and we ought to give them that authority next week, a couple $100,000, a little spending money here to get us started here.
And we all have to be looking at locations where we can put those warming centers that they can impact the most people. So I just want to put it on the table.
You did. Really glad you did.
I'm glad you built upon it. And the reason I say that is someone came to the podium and spoke on, we need to let government solve this problem. And I heard the comment, and I thought about it for a second, and I just want to be clear that this is a problem that all of us have to solve. And Mayor, you said it earlier. We need each other to get more people indoors. And we need each other in order to solve this problem that we have in front of us. Because we're going to serve, just with these strategies that we have in place, we're going to serve 560 individuals. And we're going to spend $17.4 million in order to do that. And we haven't even touched a significant percentage of people who are out there on the street. So we all have to come together with strategies and ideas of how do we solve this problem. And it takes all of us to do that, not just the 9 that are at this dais. And so I challenge all of us to talk to one of us about what is a strategy that you think will work that's maybe different than the ones that are on the table. Because we need your solutions. Just like Bob gave me the one on the safe parking lot. We need your ideas and solutions. We just don't need to hear NIMBYism. I don't want that in my backyard. I don't want it to affect my property value. I don't want that. I don't want that. We got to find a solution that we say we do want so that we can solve the problem of those who are living on the street. I'm done.
Okay, real quick, last very brief comment, and we're going to close. First of all, thank you to everybody. That's Lachelle about something that hasn't come up and we haven't talked about in a while, but it just struck me in the midst of the conversation. Those are the public housing units that the Housing Authority controls. Several years ago, we said we were going to set aside some units for the population. Can that be part of this overall solution? Maybe it already is and we just don't know it.
We need to have a conversation and talk about where we are with that in relationship to the rental assistance demonstration program, because we are using some of those units for temporary relocation as we renovate units.
As you renovate other units. Can we talk about that offline?
So let's talk about that so I can kind of walk us through where we are.
Okay. Last comment. I just want to bring people back to the potential here. Okay, and Larry Carr said this, and I really appreciate it among all the things you said tonight, and Lachelle confirmed it, that you believe that we can get people through these shelters every 4 to 6 months. Larry said 4, you said 6. I say 4 to 6. Good deal. Maybe somewhere in between. That's the strategy with all these beds. And Rick Jennings identified 560, counted on this sheet, and then let's add the work that Emily has done to repurpose some of the existing shelters into our triage model that is now our consistent approach. That's about 180 beds, correct? 560 plus 180, that's 740 beds. If we in fact can get people through I'll take the conservative approach, every 6 months, that means 1,500 people a year that we can move through. And if we get better at it, and it is every 4 months, that's 2,000 plus people we can get through. And I know we have the inflow, as Jay pointed out, I'm not ignoring that. But if the point in time count is 5,000 plus, you could see over a 2-year period beginning to make a significant dent and impact on this problem. That's the big picture here. This isn't just throwing money here, throwing money there. It is a strategy. And we're going to add to this a comprehensive affordable housing strategy with the Measure U money, the state money that we're drawing down, and that has got to be a key piece of it. So we have a chance here. We have a chance here to really bend this curve. There's some things out of our control, but that which is within our control, we have to do everything we can to show the state and the country that we don't have to accept this reality as just the way that it is. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll come back. That's the agenda tonight. We do have council comments and public comments on items not on the agenda. Let's go with council comments first. I do have an adjourn in memory this evening. I can save that until the very end. If we can go relatively quickly, let's go ahead. Jeff?
Sorry, left.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead, Councilman Harris.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. The Natomas Christmas tree lighting is this Friday, December 6th, beginning at 5:30 p.m. at the South Natomas Community Center. That's a great event. I'm not sure if you can make it, Mayor, but you're certainly more than welcome.
I will try.
And I expect Councilwoman Ashby will be there. We're there every year. It's a really great community celebration. I encourage everyone to attend. And then also on this Saturday, the mayor is having community conversations at the Natomas Community Center at 10 a.m. And I intend to come and give them some protection. Lastly, First Step Communities is going to keep their cabin on display outdoors tomorrow from 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. It's a prototype of a model that we are proposing for the First Step Communities type program that we've proposed both on Northgate and Lampasas. Thank you very much.
I'm going to try to be there. I'll try. Councilman Chenier.
Thank you. I just have a request for the city attorney. So we have a situation where we have a high-level employee of the city who has signed on to a ballot argument where the council hasn't taken official position on that. So really gotten in front of the council on it and using their title as a city employee, which I don't think is appropriate. So the city attorney, if you could take a look at that and offer back to us some policy options around how to prevent that. And I want to put it on the law and ledger for next month as well. So if we can get that time period, I'm happy to talk to you about it.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If anybody has an opportunity to go to the community conversations with the mayor, I encourage you to go. He visited us over at the Rayleigh's over on Fair Oaks and Howe, and Councilmember Harris, want to thank him for coming out there too. And we had a lively discussion on all these issues, on homelessness, on efficiency housing, and a lot of great ideas. Want to invite everyone for our annual Snow Much Fun, December 11th, this next Wednesday over at the Coloma Community Center. I want to thank all our city YPSI employees who have been helping out to make this year and previous year's celebration such a great time for all the youth. We're going to have again pan dulce and Mexican hot chocolate, as well as caroling when Santa arrives. Also, want to thank Mr. Mayor, and on this, Mr. City Manager, I'd like to direct your staff to see if our housing staff to look at modular multifamily housing as looking at as that as our prior as an option for addressing our housing needs. And the mayor and I are going to be touring a multifamily housing factory that does that constructs multiple floors of housing, much more expedited, and I think trying to figure out how do we reduce the cost of housing. When we're looking at meeting our overall city housing needs, it's an important conversation. So I'd like to see if our staff could start looking at how do we replicate that for the greater Sacramento region. And also, could we look at the expansion of manufactured housing, and are there regulatory issues with our city to use manufactured housing to increase our housing stock? With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Jennings?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I forgot. One last thing. For the city manager, Station 10, it was closed, I think temporarily, for an issue with asbestos. This is a station that I've brought up year after year as part of our capital improvement program. And we've made improvements on it for the exhaust that was affecting and leaking into the dormitory. We've fixed the drainage where we were having issues with the shower drains, and now we've got issues with asbestos. Again, I want to bring this back up about, I want to bring this to your attention because this is something that I had asked of your predecessor to put on the capital improvement log, and we're still fixing an old problem when we maybe should rebuild the entire building immediately. So I want to look at that cost analysis. Immediately from what I hear, at least their kitchen has a lot of dry rot, and figuring out how to fix that. I know that we got them a new stove, but still, I think the issue is Station 10 has some major issues, Mr. City Manager. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, the bad news is that the eastbound Pocket Road ramp on I-5 and Pocket Road is closed for the next 30 days through December the 20th, and we hope that it'll be back up after that, but it does not allow you to go south on Pocket Road. The good news is on December the 7th, Saturday, December the 7th, you can join us in putting up the Pocket Canal holiday lights from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., and if you choose to do so, we encourage you to meet us at the bridge over the canal on Rush River. And then on Saturday, December the 8th at 4:30, you can join us for the lighting of the Pocket Canal. We're going to have refreshments and light foods. And then finally, the Holiday Soccer Skills Clinic and Fundraiser will take place Friday, December the 6th from 6 to 7:30. It's an awesome holiday tradition. Greenhaven Soccer, JFK Soccer, hosting the Holiday Soccer Clinic, and all proceeds will go to the Sacramento Food Bank and Family Services, as well as JFK Soccer. All toys will go out to Outside the Walls Toy Drive, and this is a win-win-win for everybody. So hopefully you'll join us for one of these 3 events.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ashby.
Mayor, if you would indulge me for just a moment, please. Officer Peter Fremgen, would you please come forward? And did I slaughter your last name or get even close? Okay. Mayor, on October 22nd, just before 5 o'clock in the city attorney's office, one of our employees named Desiree Stockton, you can come up here, out of nowhere, she passed out, lost consciousness, had no pulse, was clinically not alive. And city attorney's staff went looking for help. Officer Fremgen was here to assist us with the council meeting because it was a Tuesday. And he ran upstairs and saved her life. And Chad Augustine, who is actually an assistant fire chief and is the head of all of our EMS services, said that it was perfect CPR and that you saved her. She was rushed from here to Sutter Hospital where she received emergency care. She's not quite back to work yet, but I did see her with my own eyes yesterday with her mom, and she's doing pretty darn well. But she is only alive because of you. So I wanted to make sure everybody knew that and how grateful we are that you were here on that Tuesday and that you learned CPR so well that you were able to save a member of our staff and our team. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's very modest, but I'm really glad that you publicly recognize him. And I'm glad that Desiree is doing better and hopefully will be back to work.
Yeah, it's incredible, and I am not going to get emotional here, but absolutely she would not be here with us if it weren't for Officer Fremgen, who I thanked, but I never put the name with the face, and also Sabrina Hernandez, who came up with you, and Deputy Chief Augustine. So, yeah, we're indebted to them, I think.
Thank you. And your
forever.
reward is to work till 10 o'clock at night on Tuesday. Thank you, sir. Genuinely. Mindy, quickly, then I'm going to make an adjourn in memory, then we'll take the public testimony.
Thank you. I have board and commission appointments to read into the record. To the Sacramento Community Police Review Commission, Michael Marion. Measure U Community Advisory Committee, Khalil Ferguson. Sacramento Disabilities Advisory Commission, Masumi Crowley. Utility Rate Advisory Commission, Connie Gutowski. And P. Anthony Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we lost a pioneer about a week and a half ago, Lynn Roby. The former city council member who represented District 8 passed away after a short battle with cancer. And she is survived by her husband, the great appellate justice Ron Roby, 2 children and grandchildren. And Lynn was a real treasure to our community. And when I say a pioneer, she was among the group of first women who were elected to this city council. She did so much in her many years of public service, including starting the police academy to improve public safety. She chaired the Budget and Finance Committee, and there's a off-leash dog park named after her, the Lynn Roby Dog Park, located in the Pocket area. And even after she left the city council, she continued to be a real community activist and really believed in the democracy and in civic engagement. And just a dear, dear person. I had the privilege about 2 weeks before she passed away to actually present her with a resolution at her home with our friend, former city council member and assembly member Judge Lloyd Connolly. And she was well enough to accept it and enjoy the moment. And to Ron and her kids and her entire family, we want to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of former city council member Lynn Roby. And we will do that. Let's hear from the members of the public who've waited a long time to talk tonight.
Thank you. I have 20 speakers signed up to speak. The first is Wanda Cleveland, Robert Copeland, James J. Jackson, Jennifer Rogar. Please feel free to line up in the aisle.
Good evening, City Council. I am here because I think that with all you guys working so hard to get the homeless off the street, and I think one of the solutions is to keeping them off the street is rent control. If we don't get rent control, we're going to have this problem constantly. We need protection. We need protection, tenants protection, as well as making sure as tenants do the correct thing. So please, will you guys, we got all the signatures, we've requested it to be put on the ballot. It hasn't been done yet. I'm encouraging you guys all to do this.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Robert Copeland and James J. Jackson.
I'm going to give you some facts and figures. You know how much single person on SSI gets? $931. Your plan that you passed a few months ago is not going to help them that much. Reason why? Cost of rent can go up faster than they're getting on a cost of living adjustment increase. Did you know that, City Council? So what are you going to do if they become homeless because rent's going up faster than their income? And that goes for people that are working part-time jobs. Their rent's going to go up faster than what they get on increase. And did you know that the Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee has endorsed the real rent control ballot measure and does not want your plan? Because it gives less tenant protection, 6% plus CPI. That's over, let's say if you make rent's $500, that's over $40 a month increase they can do every year. It can go up over 40% in 5 years. Where our plan is only CPI, that's only about 2 to 5% at the max. That's going to help out a lot more people than your plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is James J. Jackson, then Jennifer Rogar, then Nick Clyde.
Hello all. My name is James J. Jackson Jr. I am one of the co-chairs of the Democratic Socialists of America Sacramento chapter. I am also a direct descendant of some of the colonizers of Sacramento. My ancestor was the first curator of the Crocker Art Museum, and my great-grandparents were both journalists and contemporaries of Charles McClatchy. My family literally helped build the city which you are working to destroy with your policies of gentrification and your blatantly undemocratic behavior. Let me be brief, since you're so insistent on that, even though we've literally had to hear you talk all frickin' night. 1, anything short of putting real rent control on the ballot will not placate us. It is your legal and constitutional duty to obey constituents. Point 2, the editorial that was written by your former staffers who are now employed by the Bee was petty, pathetic, and immature. It brings shame to the type of journalism my ancestors once contributed. Further, it is a disgrace that you would resort to smear tactics against constituents. That is unfitting behavior for those in public office, period. 3, if we can't have real rent control be democratically voted on by the citizens of Sacramento, us, then we, the citizens of Sacramento, will have your jobs. That's parliamentary procedure.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Rogar. Is Jennifer Rogar still here? Okay, Jennifer Rogar is our next speaker, then Nick Clyde, then Kitty Bolte, then Anthony Haddad.
Been sitting a while. I just want to start off by saying I find it rather offensive that the people speak last. Maybe you could put us in the middle or back to the front the way it used to be and give us 3 minutes, because you guys get a lot of time. I have a personal story. I was kicked out of my apartment on flimsy reasons, and it was a $300 increase by FNM Properties, run by this guy named Tahir in Sacramento. $300, I watched it, I saw it, kicked me out on some flimsy reasons. I have perfect rent history. I pay my rent for 20 years, okay? I had the means and the money to get a new place. A lot of people don't. We need rent control. We need also more than rent control. We need to stop the 3 times the rent, thing. It's 1 to 2, not 3 times the rent. To qualify, we need to eliminate the credit score. That's just ridiculous. We need to reinstate the 1-year lease. Okay, everywhere they just have these month to month and they can just kick you out. They should reinstate the 1 year after the 1 year if you've been good. You should have that right. And, we got to keep the diversity in the city. So you guys are going to have to go after the landlords, I should call them. They're lords. They own the city. And so I'm going to assume tonight, after listening to you, and I was clapping loudly because I've never heard this before. And by the way, it's been 10 years we've been talking about this, not 4. It's been 10 because I started in with Steve Waters, I guess he left, and Tent City and all that. But anyway, I'm going to assume that you are for rent control, because if you're not, then I can't believe anything that I heard tonight. So anyway, thank you.
Next speaker is Nick Clyde. Nick Clyde, Kitty Bolte, Anthony Haddad, Les Light. I don't see any movement. Stan Cower, Kat Carell, Peter Kraviv.
You are?
Are you Kat? I don't see Nick.
You are?
I'm Kitty.
Okay.
Kitty, go ahead.
Right. Well, I wrote good evening here, but I think that at this point, good night is maybe a more appropriate salutation. Anyway, good night, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kitty. I live in District 5, and I'm here to demand that you place the charter amendment, the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Charter Amendment, on the ballot. Refusing to put this on the ballot, it's appalling, it's unconscionable, and it's deeply undemocratic. Last spring, I spent days collecting signatures for this amendment. I did so as a volunteer on my weekends in 100-degree weather, because I believe that Sacramento needs real rent control, not simply an anti-rent gouging ordinance that will be superseded by state law in January. When I was knocking on doors, I talked to many people who told me that they felt that their signatures and their votes were meaningless because politicians will do whatever they please. I told those people that local politics matter, that their signatures did mean something, and a lot of them signed. So I hope that you'll prove my point and do the right thing and place the amendment on the ballot.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Anthony Haddad. I don't see Anthony. Les Light. Stan Cower. Kat Carell. And following Kat is Peter Kraviv, then Elliot Stevenson.
Well, the prior speaker was Kitty, so I guess it's appropriate that I am Kat to follow up on her. There were over 47,000 signatures obtained from Sacramentans to put a rent control measure on the ballot, a rent control measure that is much fairer to renters than any law or ordinance presently in effect. And my point is very simple. Let the people of Sacramento decide, the people of Sacramento, not the city council, decide whether they want this rent control measure to go into effect. Let them decide. Don't treat them like children. They're not children. They can decide for themselves whether they want this rent control measure. If they don't want it, fine. If they do, fine. Let them decide, not you. you are supposed to be the gatekeepers, not the gate closers. The rent control measure that you recently passed is better than having nothing, but it is not good enough. Again, let the people of Sacramento decide. Do they want a stricter rent control measure? Many of the renters in, many of the people who live in Sacramento are renters, many of them. And I don't think they are going to be very happy if they are not allowed to decide on this measure. And remember, they are the ones who elect you. So you know what you need to do. You know what the right thing is to do. And frankly, I would really like for all of the council members to be here during the public comment section, and not 3 of them disappearing.
Next speaker is Les Light, Peter Krylev, Elliot Stevenson, and Mackenzie Wilson.
Yeah, it's interesting, all the empty seats we have now. We need real rent control that we work to put on the ballot, to remain on the ballot so we can vote for it. The existing city ordinances are still entirely inadequate to protecting rent payers in this city. Tenants, people continue to be displaced and made homeless in the city by rent and by evictions. Families are being broken by your policy. People are being broken by your policy. You are creating mental illness. You are creating drug addiction. I would like to commend Michelle Parasette for her integrity and courage. The mayor and city council's reaction shows them to be remarkably allergic to integrity and courage. The policy you pursue now is driving gentrification, resegregation, and structural racism and racial violence. So that's all I've got to say on it.
Next speaker is Peter Krylev, then Elliot Stevenson.
Hello there. So I came up here, I'm with Sacramento Tenants Union, and I'd like to say that California was founded, and I presume still is, a republic, and in a republic, the legislative body is, well, the public here. So I'd like to put a motion to approve putting the charter amendment on the March 2020 ballot. Do I have a second on this motion? I think the motion carries.
Elliot Stevenson and Mackenzie Wilson.
Hi, I'm Elliot Stevenson. I'm with the Sacramento Tenants Union. I'll say to the mayor, thanks for answering one of the questions that I submitted for your recent video blog. And I understand there's a lot of history behind this charter amendment, behind legislation that was passed at the state level, and a lot of intrigue and all that kind of nonsense. As I said in my question, when I signed on to vote for that, there was none of that intrigue attached to that. And at the time that I signed on, SB 681 was not law. So this whole like pulling the ballot measure and all that wasn't an option when I signed on. It only became an option after the fact. So I appreciate your answer and your explanation and giving some historical context, but I still am wondering why 47,000 people who signed on to this in good faith, as Kitty said, being told local politics matters. This is where the rubber meets the road. If you want to make a difference in your community, then get engaged in your community. And then they're told later on, oh, sorry, actually, we made a deal and you won't get to decide on those things in your community. We've decided on them for you. I still have not received an answer as to why that should happen. I get that it's legal, but why should that be the case? 47,000 people should and must get a chance to vote for real rent control in Sacramento. Make it happen.
Next speaker is Mackenzie Wilson. Following Mackenzie is Chad, then Jacob Ramirez, then Giovanna Fajardo.
Oh, what's up, y'all? I honestly want to say, like, same shit, different day, I guess. Really, really. We've been in here yelling at you for years about the need for housing, about stop criminalizing our honest folks, that you guys are creating the problem, that rents have been increasing. I actually don't, I don't know how long people were in here yelling at you about it before they actually had to go out and start collecting signatures. That's really the point. They had to go get signatures, and then they took it, and then it qualified. And then you decided you wanted to make backdoor deals, right? Regardless what it is that you're not the proponents. You've been told by the proponent that they're not gonna pull it. So now the only reason this isn't going for us going to something that I can vote on is because you're literally withholding it from me. You are actively organizing against your community. I don't know why we have to keep coming in here and saying this to you. I mean, I'll say it as loud as we have to everywhere that we have to, because you won't be voted back in. That's what you're being promised. These people are talking about how to replace your asses. Right? We have to get organized. We have to do something different, because what we keep doing is sitting in here and looking at the same faces for years, doing the same things with you all, watching you actively organize against us. I come in here to yell at you because my comrades are in here to yell at you. I stopped coming in here to yell at you days ago because I went outside and started talking to the real folks who need to do the real ass things. Catch up. Real rent control, 2020. Thanks.
The next speaker is Chad, then Jacob Ramirez, then Giovanna Fajardo, then Bridget Duffy.
So I don't know how to tell you to give a fuck about renters, because it's really apparent that you don't. We all know that every one of you who is sitting on a council seat right now, you got campaign contributions from anti-rent control PACs in the tens of thousands of dollars. So we know, it's clear where your alliances lie. And I'm urging you that you need to put this on the March 2020 ballot so that the people can vote on it. Are you going to do that? Is it going to go on the March or the November? Because it has to go on one of those months, because it's your legal obligation to do that. And don't be a fascist by not placing a qualified initiative on the ballot just because you're in the pockets of developers and the real estate industry. That does not negate your government obligation as our public servant to let the people in your city vote on rent control. And Daryl Steinberg, you said that we need evidence-based strategies for this housing crisis. Rent control is a proven method to keep people in their homes and create stable communities. And as the co-chair of the Homelessness Task Force, this is homelessness prevention. Rent control creates stable communities and keeps people in their homes. So fucking do something.
Next speaker is Jacob Ramirez here. So Jacob Ramirez, Giovanna Fajardo, Bridget Duffy.
Good morning, good night, everybody. My name is Jacob Ramirez. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chairman, district people. I'm a college student, and I'm full-time, and I'm working 36, 38 hours a week. And I lived in a single-parent household, and I've moved house to house because of rent control non-rent control. And I don't want to drop out of my education. I'm not crying, I'm nervous. I need you to help me follow my dreams, and I want to be an engineer, and I want to contribute, and I need your help to fight for me, to fight for all of us, to fight for their kids, to fight for my future kids. And so thank you again for your time. But the people that were here with all the graphs and all this other stuff that weren't here, we're all here. We are fighting. So thank you.
Glad you came. Thank you.
Giovanna Fajardo. No Giovanna. Bridget Duffy. Following Bridget is Yasmin Hakimi, then Kate Stoutamore, then Ebony Harper.
Hello again. Well, obviously, without addressing the rent issue, homelessness is, you're talking about you want a 4 to 6 month turnover into permanent housing. if you don't fix the rent issue, and I understand that there's a huge lobby, you know, a huge effort to keep our government from helping us with the rents. But until that is addressed, homelessness is going to continue to proliferate. We absolutely, like I said, with the Glass-Steagall Act, the government stepped in during the Depression, and they stopped people from being put out of their house because of high rents that they couldn't afford. We are in the same situation. Wages haven't not at the rate rents have increased. The price of food hasn't even increased at the rate the rents have increased. The rates that rents have increased in California is egregious. It is corporate greed, nothing less than that. And it is at the point where you are subsidizing their greed by all the money and all the time and all the effort you guys are having to put into the homeless issue. This shouldn't be your problem. We should have stable communities. But we don't because of an industry that is predatory. We need help. We need it now. Like you said, address the homeless issue. I have ideas. How about you? Oh, I just want to say one thing about being a republic. We might have sold a lot of land to corporations in 2008. But the reason why we have a republic is so that we can claim eminent domain over those properties and get them back. If they are blighted,
Thank you for your comments. Your time
get
is
it back.
complete. Our next speaker is Yasmin Hakimi, Kate Studemore, Ebony Harper, and then Stan Cower.
Is that?
Do I see Yasmin? Yasmin? No.
Who's behind Ebony? You are? What's
Okay,
your name?
perfect.
Kate, okay.
I don't want to yell at y'all. I want to say thank you first before I start yelling. Thank you for the trans flag. I'm sad that Steve Hansen's not here. That was raised at City Hall on Trans Day of Remembrance, and I'm really appreciative of that. And we need to do more for my community. And Mayor, I just want to say I'm going to give you, when I first met you, you were mayor-elect, and you were walking into a LGBT Day of Remembrance. And I'm a big girl. And I was almost falling on my feet, and you reached your hand out to me to help me up, and you offered your arm to help me into the building. And there was no people with you. It was just like me, you, and another friend. And I was like, oh, that's a cool mayor. And then my friend was like, oh, he was he was in charge of our housing at one point, and she told me all these neat things about what you did, and I heard about all the things you did at the Capitol. And I just want to say, what do you want your legacy to be here? You know, you had a great legacy at the Capitol, and this is another legacy, and we've had Stephon Clark. Now it's this rent thing, and I just want to put that in your head, you know. And also, I don't see a lot of progressive people that's representation of the people out here on this dais. And a lot more people need to run for office to represent all the views of the people. So,
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
oh, shoot. No, girl.
Our next speaker is Kate
You know,
Studemore.
I really don't get to come up here often.
Our next
Come back
speaker
next
is
week,
Kate.
Ebony, okay?
Okay, wait.
Come back
okay.
next week.
Our next
All
speaker is
right,
Kate
thanks.
Come back
Studemore.
next week.
And then Stan Collier is our
We
final
don't- We don't do
speaker.
it that way, Kate. Ebony, come back. Love to have you every week, okay.
Hi. Can you hear me? I don't. Okay. My name is Kate. I'm a recent graduate of UC Davis, and this is my first time speaking at one of these things, so you have to bear with me. But I really wanted to address something that Jeff Harris said, actually, about housing and about dealing with, like, he mentioned, like, methamphetamine and how a lot of people who were addicted to that were falling out of the programs for housing. And instead of, like, coming up with an idea to combine some kind of, like, rehabilitation with housing, he instead made the problem seem like, well, we should focus instead on the people who do not have the addiction and the addicts, or, like, you know, like the bad homeless people. Like, they should be put in these, like, detox centers, which frankly sound terrifying. And the thing is, like, nobody wants to be beholden to a substance. And a lot of people my age, like, who have jobs and who are in homes are, like, they're functional addicts, you know? They're addicted to alcohol. And the reason they're not on the streets is because, one, alcohol isn't criminalized the way that other drugs are, and also because they were privileged enough to have an education and to have family support and have a home to go home to where they can medicate themselves safely. So I think, yeah, I'm really upset that Jeff Harris isn't here, Steve Hansen isn't here, Warren isn't here. I think it's really rude and disrespectful to make everyone else wait till the end, especially when a lot of the subjects you were talking about weren't particularly interesting, like the whole waste management. You know, it's very important, but that wasn't exactly riveting to sit through. And we have such a short period to talk, and it's just disrespectful. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Stan Collier. Stan Collier.
Stan Collier here.
Good night, Mayor and City Council. Where we at? You can get that up there? Yep. What do we want? Rent control. When do we want it now? Yeah. I'll tell you why. I'm actually a survivor, okay? I have my apartment. I'm a native of Sacramento. I've been here. I'm 47 years old, okay? I've been here most of that time here in Sacramento. I've seen what it could be, what it was. Great place, potential, you know, families, safe. Just a great place, you know, that you could be proud of. Now it's a wannabe San Francisco, and it's just disgusting, disgusting. We'll never be San Francisco, no matter how long you try, okay? But you'll get all their problems. You'll get all the cost of rent will go up. We'll get these techies that'll destroy our culture, that we want to resemble anything of our native city, okay? Crime, more homelessness, more poverty, just everything. All those problems, if that's what you want, that's what we're gonna get. Also, this needs to stop, this greed, this disgusting vulture culture with Blackstone. Okay, we're all aware of this, okay? They're profiting from misery, death. There are people dying out there because of bull crap requirements. 3 times the rent. I've got successful friends that can't even afford that, okay? There's people in city councils throughout California that are getting outpriced. You probably will be too, if this rent control doesn't go through. Okay? They're making six figures and they're considered poor because of this bullshit, okay? These shelters aren't working. I'm telling you right now. I talk to these people. I'm an advocate. It's just a
Thank you for your comments. Your time is
Okay.
complete.
All right, you're not helping. They're back on the streets and the dope dealers.
Thank you for coming, sir. That is
not working.
public testimony. After a long, productive meeting, we are adjourned. Thank you.